No, Jared, I will not take off my pants. Oh, hi.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
We haven't all been in person in
We
a
were
long
never.
time.
I was just thinking the last time we streamed in person, Jessica and I were kidnapped by murderous dolls.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What happened to those dolls?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think
They
they
were
got put back in the
never
closet.
seen
Yeah.
again.
I blacked out for
I'm
a
sure
second.
they're
I don't know.
It was like a bad nightmare. Hi, everybody.
Hi,
Hey, we're the
Legs.
Dungeon Run.
I have 'em.
It's Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Pacific, and that means we're here. Yeah, and if you don't know what we're doing here,
Neither do we.
neither
totally
do
cool.
we. Join the club. We're all together in person. It's so amazing to see all of you. Hi, everybody. Seeing Changebox and Numera and Lady Tiger Claws. Changebox, did you just drop a potato? That's wild, man. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Yes, but we're so happy to be here. And tonight, we're going to be hanging out. We're going to be having some fun. We're going to be giving some kind of behind-the-scenes commentary.
Somebody said maybe we're a little quiet.
Oh, are we a little quiet?
Are we a little quiet? I can always go very much
You guys are
louder.
very, very
No.
quiet,
You
says
guys-
someone.
I will turn us up.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Jessica turns us up. Give us 1 second.
If you guys didn't know, Jessica's in control.
There.
I mean-
It isn't? Wait, are we really? We really are quiet?
That was what someone said.
Someone said it. I don't know. Maybe. Hey,
Love
maybe
the
turn
comfy
up
room.
your sound. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Love the comfy room. We love the comfy room too.
Cat quiet,
This is kudos to Jessica Lynn Parsons with an assist by Jared Kajak on this gorgeousness.
Yeah.
We had sweet potato pizza already.
I mean, yeah.
And if you've never had sweet potato pizza, try it.
It's cheese pizza with pumpkin.
Tonight's stream is sponsored by Sweet Potato Pizza.
Better than it sounds.
So it sounds like the middle three you guys can talk in your normal voices, and Katie and I will have to project.
the left.
Yeah, the ladies
Oh, we're
have
also
to be
we're also being
louder.
told that left only. It's not being
Left.
mixed
Oh,
to stereo.
okay.
All
mix,
right.
mix it to stereo.
Take it away, folks. I'm gonna fix audio.
All right, so yes, I'm seeing now. Changebox sent us a golden potato. Nothing beats a new adventure.
Aw.
Thank
Indeed,
you,
indeed,
Changebox.
Changebox. It's very sweet of you. Thank you. But if you don't know what we're doing here tonight, we've got plans, folks. We have compiled a list of secret rooms that most of us have never seen, and some, including all three of Jeff's, that none of any of us have ever seen.
Yep.
No. You all have seen those. I guess they've seen all of them.
Yeah, so actually, you guys don't need to be here. We're just gonna hang
this
out.
is really fresh.
Yeah.
Stereo. Woo! Okay, good. Sounds like sound.
And we do see chat over here, which is why we're looking here and not necessarily
That's right.
over here. We're looking at everybody's comments.
See, I always get confused. As actors, we're told not to look at the camera,
Right,
but
right.
as streamers, you're supposed to look at the camera or not.
Right down the
Like,
barrel.
I don't know. It feels weird to me.
It is weird. It is weird.
I do want to shout out some folks who are showing us lots of love to start. We had a level 3 hype train to
Whoop, whoop.
start the night, so thank you everybody. I see lots of people resubscribing with their Prime accounts, so thank you for choosing our channel to do that. Ninja Padero gave out 10 community gift subs. Holy cow!
Huzzah.
Thank you.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Cheer from Alvar and let's see here.
Oh my gosh,
More
so
resubs,
many.
lots of follows. Hi. Oh, this is from yesterday.
Oh, that's you scrolling.
All right.
Droopily Prism followed us. That's a hilarious name.
Still need more games.
More gain. It's my fault.
You're
I'm a loud guy. and
Your
so-
game. We do have gummy bears. We do have gummy bears, which will be used for minis later on.
When we reenact the secret rooms
Yeah.
after we launch
That's
them
right.
with gummy bears.
Basically, this is Fahima. This is the Ashen Mage.
Goodness, thank you for those gift subs.
Thank you so much. And we just celebrated our year on Twitch last week, and so I'm seeing all of you resubscribing for 12 months in a row, which is amazing. Thank you all. But we have so many cool things coming. Next week, as we mentioned, we're back for Fortune and Fate Episode 2 with Gabe Hicks and some of us, and some guest cast as well that we're super excited about. Smiley Fish with a bunch of cheers. Thanks, Smiley Fish. But yeah, I think... I think we could say, well, yeah, okay.
What?
To say
I know
our
what
You
you're
just
guest
said
saying.
yeah, okay a bunch.
I know, yeah.
You don't know what Morgan.
I think-
Morgan had
yeah.
a conversation with himself.
Yeah,
just
okay.
now.
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
No,
all right.
Okay.
I mean, things change. Things always change, so never mind.
Yes,
That's
that's
why
true.
I'm occasionally nervous about things.
It's okay.
Thank you. What's going on? Live television.
Yes.
If you're saying maybe announce the guest for next week?
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
I think that's a great idea. One of our amazing guest players next week is going to be none other
Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney.
Really good at D&D.
Weirdly
Weird move.
impressive role player.
Chaotic evil, though, for some reason.
Yeah,
and
no.
kind of a rules lawyer.
Yeah.
Neither of those.
Also,
Surprising.
usually attacks his own party. Just saying. Just saying.
It's true.
No. So
I learned to roleplay by actually studying Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
You couldn't tell in that last episode. That was a Dick Cheney.
Oh no.
That was the Dick Cheney
Oh,
maneuver.
that explains it now.
So much.
Oh.
We also have gummy bears.
We do have gummy bears.
They are not Haribo.
Wow.
And Ron's mad about
Ron's
it.
Sorry about it.
I have
They're good,
one.
though.
I have one thing in my contract. One.
They didn't have it at the routes. What do you want me
It's
to
all
do?
right. It's okay. It's okay.
So anyway, our guest for next week.
It's not Dick Cheney.
Our special
No.
guest next week joining us and joining Gabe Hicks is Miss Christina Ariel from Dimension 20 and from the High Republic show for Lucasfilm. She is a fantastic actress and personality and gamer. We are so excited that she's going to be joining us at the table. So tune in next week for Christina. Can't wait to find out what character she's going to play because I've heard nothing. So super excited for that. And also I think Red Wigglebottom, star of Pixar's new movie Turning Red.
I actually watched it 2 nights ago for the first time. That's a different.
Did you
that's
turn
a
the
different
volume down
situation.
and then do your voice?
No, I did
I
not.
mean-
I didn't.
I-
That movie was incredible. If you had not seen it, I highly recommend you watch it.
It's really great. I watched it too, though, and I think I yelled at you on the Discord afterwards, like, how am I supposed to role play with you after watching that movie? Because it is just a big, fluffy red panda the entire movie. That's adorable.
Well,
And,
just
yeah.
show up and let's see if it continues to be adorable red panda.
There you go.
It was really smart on Ron's part, actually.
I mean, it was just that had been in my head for a long time. Like before, for a year or two, that character that when Simic hybrids were first released, I was like, oh, it's any animal. That's great.
Yeah.
It's
And then I
almost,
went
it's
like, oh,
almost
raccoon,
too
but I was
broad.
like, raccoon is so.
Yeah.
Let's do something different and interesting. And I love red pandas and have since I was a kid, and they're fascinating. So
Yeah.
I weirdly like boundaries with my creativity. So when you tell me you can be any animal, I go, no thanks.
fair.
I don't know what to do. Yes, it's true.
So Dadpool 1980 was like, so no gameplay tonight? So what we're doing tonight is we're going to be watching each of the secret rooms that we didn't get to see. Well, some of them, not all of them. 'cause
Right.
We'd be here until tomorrow if we did that.
At least.
And then we're gonna, talk about them and discuss what we thought might have happened, or how that impacted the game,
Right.
Or
Right.
all of the lovely choices that we made when the rest of the party wasn't watching.
Yeah, I'm super excited. We're gonna start with episode 8, which actually, if you've watched the cooldown this week, was Jeff mentioned the specialness of that first secret room.
Is that what you're in?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's with Civ and Vic.
All right. And I need to go in order. Morgan's kind of the keeper of the time schedules.
Right. Well, okay. We could do this 2 different ways. We could start with the Jeff solo secret rooms, actually, which maybe we should do because those are the ones that we have. But there's something nice to chronological order. What do you think?
Well,
Let's let chat decide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do
Yeah.
you want to see? Chronological order or Jeff's secret rooms to you all first?
This is the TDR reacts to secret rooms to a mask. Yes, you're right.
Jeff first.
Oh, we got
Oh,
immediately
50-50.
right away.
All right, no. Okay, here we go.
Chronological.
Go in order.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Jasmine,
Chrono.
please tell me.
Yeah.
I'll go back and
Jeff,
forth.
oh my god, split.
I've seen a lot of chronological.
I'm seeing a lot of
I'm seeing a lot of
chronological.
chrono.
Oh, we have a poll already. Gordon the Rogue, you're
Oh.
amazing. If that is you. Oh,
We
wow.
also have a poll.
We also have a poll. A poll and a
Katie,
poll.
you were supposed to keep it a
Guys,
secret.
did we get to 500 patrons? Are we pulling
We-
What's up?
We'll try and see what we can do with the poll
Target is
tonight.
trying to really gloss over that.
I mean, I was told I need to try to put on your boots.
Yep. Yep.
Which I don't want to break your boots. I definitely have larger feet than you.
We can make it work.
Okay.
Actually, wait.
I don't think so.
I don't know about that, Jessica.
I love your optimism, but Jen, I really don't think so.
Also, quick note: the reason I didn't want to use raccoons for red was because Guardians of the Galaxy and Rocket.
Right. No,
So he's a scientist. They didn't really want to.
No, sure. Yeah, it's a little too similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are
Felt
you gonna
that
do?
way to me.
But yeah, okay. I think chronological wins out. Is looking like it's winning out on the poll here.
That seems like a biased poll, if I'm going to be honest here. Chronological and other order.
You didn't really sell it, Gordon.
I don't know if that was fair.
Chronological or
Chronological or the loser?
Or
Or the wrong idea.
No, we appreciate you.
No, it's so amazing. Okay, so
So I'm gonna get up. I'll be queuing up the
Okay.
episodes.
so then we're gonna start with episode 8, which,
Okay.
if memory serves, is the one called Treasures of Turles.
We have a time code.
This is one I do. This is one of the ones.
A romance novel.
This,
The
Treasures of Turles.
And was also supposed to be our second to last episode originally.
Oh, yeah?
Originally.
Well, yes. Well, though we
Though they
knew
never
by,
they never told us that.
we
We'd already known
were
about it.
told end of episode 4 or pre-episode 5. We were told. We were told
pre-episode 5.
I think we were told at the beginning, like before we did episode 5, that like, hey guys, we're
we
we're
all got
going
there
way
and they're
past
like,
10.
hey, we're gonna go past 10, and we're like, oh, we weren't gonna go past 10.
No, it's, we
knew
were
that.
contracted
No,
for 10.
Ron didn't know.
You signed a contract.
I
that said
did.
it.
Did I read it?
Oh, okay. All right. That's
No,
on
I
you,
read
buddy.
it. I'm kidding. I definitely did read it. Not so good on details sometimes.
Like the term of the contract?
Yeah, hey, I have people for that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's us.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
We're gonna need to have a business
I have
meeting.
people for that. I am people. We're being
Oh,
loud.
sorry, that was me. Again, me. No loud.
Okay, so episode 8 at the 3 hour and 16 mark. We have, so basically to give you a little bit of the lead in on this one, what happened was we'd just been to Orcish Things.
Yep.
This is the day that started with the noodle beard.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it started weird. The episode started.
Well, it had one of the best fights ever, which was the goblin fight where I was on mushrooms for some reason because of some weird force of evil.
Right.
3 hour 16.
3 hours 16 mark.
The noodle beard.
It's just a couple minutes before it. Yeah, I give you like a few seconds lead in before he.
But this was also the episode I think that was the invention of the agenda.
Yes, it absolutely was. It was the first of the agendas.
Because the noodle beard was so chaotic.
That's
And
right.
Also, the lady.
Yep,
the
there they
lady
go.
There it
Who
is
was
right there.
like waiting on us in the restaurant was also kind of sus.
She
wasn't
was
she?
suspicious of us because we'd already threatened Audric Lucerne in the market the previous day, right? So we were like, people were kind of looking out. Well, that's right, because weren't we using magic in the restaurant?
Yes.
And the moratorium was definitely up already.
Yes.
Yeah,
we constantly forgot about the moratorium.
We were playing with fire.
Forgot.
We were playing with fire. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna mute ourselves as we watch this. But we'll be back after the clip has ended to chat about it.
So here it is, the first ever secret room with
Ooh, here we
Jeff
go.
and Jared.
Let me
I'm gonna watch this.
I know.
pause the music here.
All right, here we go. Figuring it out.
Look at baby Jeff.
Baby Jeff.
That sounds like a T-shirt.
Baby Jeff. Do, 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 do.
Baby Jeff.
Baby Jeff.
Oh.
We can be.
They can still hear us.
We can. I know. we're filling. We're filling, Jess.
Okay. Yeah.
You've landed on your back, but you're under the spot. Fahima, you're on the side. You've sort of created a sense of danger and deception. There's a smell wafting from the inside of burning flesh. You have this place absolutely surrounded.
There's Digit waiting to trip anyone.
Digit is in position right above where Uggo fell, ready to trip anything that comes out of there. And Civ, you could probably enter that room.
Yeah, totally. If it's my turn, I'm going to jump in there for sure. Especially if I see him try to get in and fall. Yeah. Acrobatics?
You have advantage.
He just did acrobatics, though.
From
No, he did deception.
My
last
very
time.
first round was acrobatics.
Right, I'll go.
From Willer.
Oh, right. It was
Oh,
acrobatics
but he just did
last
acrobatics. So then I can't because it
You
was
can do
his turn.
athletics. And leap.
I'm not
Actually,
as good as that.
You're the cat person.
Can I just climb into it?
Yeah.
Can I
You have
get?
enough movement that you can just walk in and go up the stairs, eh?
I mean, you could climb down from. You want to do like an intimidation as you walk through, and like shout like I'm a whatever something like that. I'm a cat person.
I'll tell you what.
Or stealth
I'll
in
take
there.
out. I'll take out a dagger, not my rapier, but I'll take out a dagger, and toss it so it makes a sound, and then I'll just walk or run into the building saying, "I'm unarmed."
Okay.
So that'll be my, I guess you could say,
Deception?
because I'm
Absolutely.
definitely armed.
Yeah.
In fact, I take out 3 daggers, clang, clang, clang.
Never mind the rapier around my back.
3 in the boot, 1 in the backpack.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take all my weapons. I don't care. The rapier, 3 daggers, all of it. I'll take off my weapons belt essentially and toss it.
Do we see you doing? Probably.
Oh.
Yeah. 19.
Okay. So you throw your weapons and you say, I'm unarmed, and you climb through the window and you smell this rancid stench of burning flesh that you know is not real, but it still affects you. Your eyes are even watering a little bit, and you walk in, and this room is been the glass on the ground from where the person broke in, and as you sort of walk in, you look up, and you need to join me over here.
What?
Secrets.
We shouldn't have let him walk in there alone.
Do I need dice?
You might.
Okay.
Bring your D20.
Intense.
Oh, man.
I hope it's not Lord Erebon sitting inside the room.
And in there.
Stand there.
Okay.
You walk in, and there's a figure there in black robes and a black mask.
Yeah.
And she pulls the hood down. White horns, purple hair. Pulls the mask down. Pulls the mask down.
Yeah.
And she says, Sivrak, you are in over your head here. You are part of something bigger than you. You need to leave. You need to tell your friends to leave. There is danger here. There is danger for all of you.
What do you mean? I have been with these people for quite some time, and as far as I know, we are fated to be here. You are the one that is entering our destiny. You are in danger. The green one will crush you.
I know this. You do not understand what you are dealing with. Forces beyond either of us. This is big. This is something you need to run from. Please, do the right thing. I need to get out of here.
If I get you out of here, what do I get? They are not going to accept this. They don't know my history like you do. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I won't be able to lie to them.
I will cut you. You can say I overpowered you in attack. I will go out the way you came. They are waiting for me under the window. Please.
Only if you promise me that we will meet again.
Oh, we will. And she cuts your face. Darts away.
Do I notice anything odd about her? Like, are her pupils dilated, or does she look completely different than
I mean, she looks
when we were kids?
older and wiser and more grizzled. But she doesn't look like she's under the influence of anything. You okay?
Yeah. I'm going to grab her arm as she's running by and look at her and say,
It is going to have to be better than that.
and I'm going to lift up my arm.
She takes her dagger and she gets real close to you. And she does it slow.
And I'm gonna grab her arm and push it in.
Blood pours from your wound. And you go down on one knee, and she looks down on you and she says, "Good boy, Sivrak. Get out of here." She runs past you.
Okay.
They were unmuted. Wow.
The green one will crush you.
That was great.
This was also the first secret room, and you can hear us all talking in the background because that's how we decided we weren't gonna. That was before we plugged our ears. That was when we talked as a method of.
You can tell they didn't tell us this was going to happen because we just kept talking the whole time.
And I think at the end of that secret room, someone from production was like,
Hey.
"Guys,
Shut the heck up.
oh man, I didn't wonder you thought they were gonna kiss."
Yeah, that was
idea.
kind of hot.
Tell me, do you remember what episode you revealed your accent to us? Because I had no idea that the
Mid-30s.
watchers knew since this episode. I thought it was like,
Yeah, they knew about Sivrak.
that's wild.
It was. I think you did reveal the voice shortly after the Zone of Truth. So I think that was episode 34.
I had to at that point because of the Zone of Truth. I had to eventually admit like my name and all that other stuff.
It's one of the reasons why 34 is one of my favorite episodes. It starts with the Zone of Truth and then just keeps like getting more and more intense.
You know, I had that as a spell and I never used it.
You did use it once on Fahima.
Yeah, and then I got reprimanded, and I was like, nah. And he was even playing. He wasn't even trying to actually learn any truth. Yeah, of course. I mean, it made sense. The reaction. It was just funny to me.
But Jared,
impressions.
Hats off, great job.
That was so good.
That was. I mean, you really brought your actor game to that. Like you didn't miss a beat with that. I know when I went into my secret rooms the first time, I was like.
Oh yeah.
And then I
yeah, they're nerve-wracking.
You were just like, I got this. You just all your backstory kind of flowed out. I mean, yeah, great.
It made sense for me. We'll see. My first secret room is that I was also extremely nervous, but so was James. So I just used it. I was like, yeah, I'm extremely nervous. It was strange. It was weird. Vic was nicer than I expected her to be in the secret room.
Yeah, she has to be charismatic.
Yeah, she's got to be.
She had me wrapped around her finger, so that was something that I said to Jeff when we were talking about his backstory and the vermin and why he left, like why he went on this path of wanting to go adventure and see the world and reinvent himself and come up with Civ Red Thistle and put on the fake accent of the fake accent. And I remember early on, I was like, well, she's going to have to be something special. Like, she can't just be... Like, if I'm willing to give everything up for this person, she has to be, smart and charismatic and dangerous and just like a complete package.
It was such a beautiful moment. And we'd seen the previous episode at the end of the library chase because you had almost caught up to her, or you had almost caught up to one of the thieves, and then Jeff gave you that, and you see a glimpse of white horns had happened in the previous episode.
That's when I dropped my sword and stopped fighting.
That was the moment after Nance almost got her throat cut, which was still one of the biggest gasping moments. That was, I think it was a question during the cooldown of what moments surprised you the most. That was one of the moments where it was like, Jeff's gonna kill Nance? I was like, what? That's not cool. And it was like, yep, Jeff was gonna try to kill Nance.
What stopped that? That was a force of good.
It was a force of good that Uggo had.
Yep.
It was the one that you crashed over the banister, and there was a force of good that stopped the creature from taking an action.
Yep.
And his action was going to be to end her.
Right.
Hadn't we killed a couple of those guys right before that?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
That was a brutal start too. That was like
yeah. That was the weird fight that began with dart blow dart drug that was paralyzing us.
Oh yeah,
I
weren't
don't
you
remember
like
that.
you were stuck for a long time, weren't you?
I was, and then that was the fight that I'll never forget the end of that fight, because that was the one where I could have Eldritch blasted one of the thieves off the wall, and a guard was right there looking at me, and that was a moment where none of you knew that James was kind of wanted for murder. And even though, but it was Moratorium of Magic was going on at the same time.
Is that why you didn't shoot the thief?
That
Because
and the
you're-
I clocked that as odd at the time because I was like, "That's
Well,
weird.
there's a
He's just
moratorium
right
on
there.
magic. So
Yeah,
I
but
just assumed
still,
he didn't do
like,
it.
it was double the weight.
Ah.
The moratorium itself might not have stopped me. That plus I know that I've killed a guard was like,
Yeah,
no
that makes
way.
a lot more sense.
Yeah.
No way. Yeah, and that's a loaded moment in episode 7 where I was like, and Jeff
I'm
played.
surprised you even wanted to go back to Turles.
I didn't.
Yeah.
This is a hilarious moment at the
But
end of
you
episode
were
6.
James, though. It's like you as a player. Did you not want to go back? Was that so juicy for you?
At the end of episode, one of the funniest things to go back, and we've talked about this in the Discord, because people have talked about, there's so much you don't know about James for about 40 episodes, that to go back and that I was playing, but I was playing it pretty under the surface, that especially the early Turles stuff, it is filled with little things that you guys had no idea at the time. And one of the ones, if you go back to episode 6, when it was the choice of the Tardy Plunder or Turles, I was like a duck swimming as fast as I can to try to get us to not go to Turles. And if you will rewatch that scene, you will see me going, yeah, but I don't know. And I wasn't being a jerk, but I was, and then as soon as everybody's like, and then I think what the final thing was, we asked the amulet, and the amulet went, go to the scholar.
Right.
And I was like, oh my God.
So it's all of your fault.
It really is.
We blame you.
Really is.
That's how we conclude all of our recaps for the secret rooms. Is like, you guys did this. All right, next secret
Your
room.
fault. All right,
What is
next.
the next secret room?
The
Yeah.
next secret room is we're gonna jump a few because again, we
But
don't
by
have
the way,
enough time.
chat, we can see what you guys are posting. So if you have questions
Yes.
that you have of us when you see these secret, I mean, you saw the secret rooms already, but if there's something you want to ask us now, go for it.
You Jessica, you had said we are gonna jump past Fahima and Griselda in the shanty town.
Yeah, I want
Because-
to sub in a different one. Because I told you verbatim what
Pretty
happened
much.
in that one. All it was prophecy.
People
that I
want to
told
know
you.
what snacks we have. Okay, so
We got pretzels.
we have pretzels.
We got
They're honey
veggies.
mustard, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we
Are
have
they?
gummy
Yeah.
bears.
Are they really?
And we've got something from Trader Joe's called
Oh,
Sprinkle Jingle.
Sprinkle Jinkle?
It makes me think of
Sprinkle
Sprinkwinkle.
Sprinkle jangle.
They're essentially chocolate covered pretzels.
Yeah, and a bunch of other things.
And then crudité.
Pretty dark chocolate chunks in there too, though.
Yeah.
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 So then the next one we're going to go to is James's first secret room with Shothragod.
Ooh.
Nope.
Which is episode 14.
So I am currently drinking. Hold on, this is important.
What's the
I am
time?
currently drinking Spindrift.
1 hour and 15 seconds.
We also have Cabernet.
We by Ron.
And we
Ron
got
has a pepper.
Bunny with a Chainsaw, hazy India Pale Ale, which spoiler alert is Katie's next character. It's a bunny with a chainsaw.
Buddy, we're playing that next
What
week.
is that?
Herringon. That's
What is
that's
A
what it
herring
is.
on artificer? No, I'm kidding.
Lighter artificer.
No, this is back a little
Oh.
bit. This is not it. This is because right after my first one, Ugo did the secret room, which was very sweet.
you said 1 hour 15 minutes.
1 hour and 15 seconds.
Oh,
Yes.
Just Jules wants to know where the peanut butter whiskey is, Jessica.
it's on
It's
top
on
of
the
my
top of the
fridge.
fridge.
Oh, I gotta try it.
I
Yeah,
watched.
haven't had
I
it
watched.
yet.
I watched that night.
Go get it.
That was a fun
I'll be
night.
back.
There's glasses right by the entryway.
Nice.
There's ice.
You
So
see
this
what you
is-
did, Just Jules? Now we're all gonna get drunk on peanut butter whiskey
Again,
and
Right.
just rules. This is all your fault.
So this is right at the end of the Bingle fight. That's right. What was the Copru? The Copru had just been killed,
Okay.
and as things were starting to seem better, the first moment of James where Jeff had everybody roll it. As you can see, we're all rolling perception checks.
Right.
Because none of us knew about this. This was the first time it happened. Then at a certain point, I started to learn that when Jeff asked everybody to roll a perception check out of nowhere, it was not a good sign for James.
All right.
I have a remote control for my AC somewhere.
Should we do it?
Let's do it. Ron, you ready?
But this is actually a pretty simple secret room.
Nice.
But you had never heard the Shafragat voice before.
So here's the thing to remind everybody. James had assumed Shathragat was sleeping and not aware of him at all. So how James responded to this afterwards was literally like, oh, I'm toast. My life is over.
That'd be good with the chocolate pretzels.
Smells good, right? Smell it.
Ooh.
So good.
Very
Smells
good.
like
Yeah. All right.
All right, so battle for Bingle. James and Shathragat, Chapter 1. Then notice Squillation.
13. Nat 20. Okay.
Always nat 20s.
I'll go.
You
notice it
try to
first.
figure out how to do it.
For a second. The darkness that James sometimes conjures
16.
appears, envelops him. He disappears. There's a darkness right there. Boom. Morgan, if you join me over here.
Do I need dice?
Secrets.
I don't think so.
Secrets.
Secret town.
Remember, talk loud.
I'm deaf from
Is this
just
Morgan?
yelling in my
That was so.
It's black. Everything black. You stand. You were just lying on your back, but now you're standing. In utter blackness, utter darkness. And on the black, there is more black. A swirling darkness on darkness. It's as if the black itself had a layer of another level of black. And it swirls, it swirls, it swirls. And you hear,
James. James Quillis. I see you. I notice you. I deem you worthy. Worthy of my attention. Worthy of my darkness. Worthy of my power. James Quillis, you may ask me a question. My warlock.
Is my mind my own? Can I do what I want?
Yes. But I have plans for you.
blackness ends.
Oh my god.
I didn't
Short
realize.
and to the point.
Wow.
I didn't realize that Shathragat was Dr. Claw.
Oh, 100%.
Oh,
Yeah.
and I wanted to say about this.
I'll get you next time, Gadget.
So
Next
there
time.
was that whole moment where Fahima did the voice.
We
on
were very
accident.
suspicious of you.
I know. Well, that's the
Jeff
thing.
and I looked at each other like, you just came up with that voice?
If I had heard the Shathragat voice, though, you think I would have
I don't know.
done it? I
No,
probably
you're
would have
right.
kept it a secret,
It
right?
was literally one episode later, though,
Wait,
when you did that.
do it?
So there was a episode on the ship on the Tardy Plunder where I wanted to prank.
You were pranking James.
So I was like, I'm gonna act like his patron, James.
Oh.
And it turns out that's how Shathragat's voice actually sounds. So.
To be fair though, that's a classic prank voice that you're doing.
Yeah.
So
Classic prank
I
voice.
feel like that.
The reason that the subtitles were saying "Give me a kiss" is because we are all muted, but it's still
The
picking us up
subtitles
for
are still
subtitles.
picking up our chatter.
So we were saying "kiss, kiss," because why not?
I mean, but yeah, it's one of those. We talked about it during the cooldown, but it's one of those things that with all the hindsight that we have now, knowing who Shothragad was, knowing what she needed and wanted James to do, the scene is so much more heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Are you hearing the AC? Is that loud?
I was just wondering that.
Yeah.
Let us know if the AC is distracting. We'll turn it off.
But when Morgan started guessing Shothragad was Mirasis, I thought he was so stretching. No, it made all the sense in the world. And so, but for James, as I'd said, one of the things when I came up with James that drew me to not just a warlock but a Great Old One warlock was they.
Somebody's chopping up a
I know
dead
there's a
body.
lot of noise in the background.
so.
Sorry.
Welcome to
I know.
my neighborhood.
It's all good. It's all good. Okay, great. You guys don't hear. Okay, great. But there is something in the player's handbook and in the section about Great Old One warlocks that says the Great Old Ones are so powerful and ancient that sometimes they don't even know that a warlock exists and is taking power from them.
Really?
And I was, And I was like,
that's really cool.
I was like, oh, that's interesting.
I like
and I
that.
think there's something about, because James was riding a line for a long time of he's trying to get some power, but he was ashamed of the fact that he was attaching himself to this evil thing. And so it's like, well, but it's not a two-way street. They don't even know that I'm doing it. And then from this point on, it was like, oh, I'm dead. I'm a dead man.
I think warlocks haven't been around for that long. They're
Right.
essentially a relatively new invention in Dungeons and Dragons, and I think there's already a trope with warlocks that they're like very not hands-on, but like buddy with their patron.
Right.
Like the patron knows about them, they know about their patron, and they might have a twisted relationship, or they might have a manipulated relationship. But I actually like the idea of a warlock leeching the power from
It's like a parasite.
Yeah, that's cool.
without that powerful being knowing about it
Right.
until much later on.
Yeah. Right.
Because then when you get higher level and you're doing
Taking
bigger
too much
things,
power that you
yeah.
cannot be ignored.
Yeah.
And the brilliant thing is that the Heroes of Bingle were forced into such a situation that James could have stopped, but it was literally like we put the entire world at risk. And so it was, I referred to it many times as playing chicken, as this game of chicken of like, I'm going to keep going, you're not stopping me, you're not taking over my mind, so I'm going to keep taking your power and doing good things with it, hopefully saving the world with it. And but the entire time, it's so funny that, as Jeff pointed out, the one thing Shothragad kept asking for was loyalty, and James was never going to give it, because tied to Shothragad for James was all of this shame and guilt that he was even in this situation.
So
I love hearing all of this. It's so cool.
I have a question for you, Morgan.
Yeah.
So because Jeff loves to do this, if he had done the
R.I.P. Jeff.
the Superman question, which is, there's a person on the train tracks and there's a train full of people and you have a choice to save one or the other.
Right.
He could
Trolley problem.
Right. He could have easily done that with you.
Right.
He never really did, but there was a moment I remember where the little boy. Do you remember the little boy?
That's
And
one
that
of
was
our
another
that's
shot.
one of our
Yeah.
secret
Yeah.
rooms coming up.
So in my mind, I was thinking, he's going to force James to decide
That
between the
happens.
little boy's life
Yep.
and being loyal and doing what Shothragad wants you to do.
That
Sounds like a
happens.
good
We will see
transition.
that. Yeah, we've got a couple to get there, but we will see that moment because, and I'll say right now that it was a passive threat. It wasn't a full-on threat, but it's a creepy scene where Shothragad basically threatens, but maybe I could just give it to somebody else.
Right.
And that was maybe the first time when James was like, no, I need to bear this weight. No, I need to do this. Don't curse anybody else. Put it on me. Then that's
explains why you come forth pretty much right after that.
right. Right. They're at a certain point, just became I'm hurting all of you and I'm hurting others that I care about by keeping this a secret. So I need to at least start to be honest.
Would
about
that
this.
have been enough to actually convince you to switch to a different patron or switch to a different character class?
I mean, if there had ever been a solution that could have stopped it without putting all of you in serious danger, yes.
Like if the Candle Queen showed up and was like, "Hey,
become a Celestial Warlock."
Yeah.
I would have done it for sure. But it was never going to be that simple.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I can say that, you know, well, and this because we don't know. I mean, if we do more adventures, what is James now? I don't know. I have a bunch of
with psoriasis.
This guy, he's got very flaky skin. He needs to hydrate.
Well, the source of your power is no longer holds the source of your power.
Also, in our last episode, Jeff did say your skin was cracking through.
Right?
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
And the void moat was right there too.
Yeah.
But also, do you want that?
Yeah, right. Do you?
Do you want that? I don't know.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know.
What's the next one? I'll cue it up.
Next one.
Okay, the next one. Lily's Night Drift from episode 21.
Hell yeah. Heck yeah.
So there was a bunch of night drifts, but we thought we wanted to see Lily's Night Drift. Episode 21, 2 hours, 59 minutes.
I don't either.
Well, you were on clam juice.
Yeah.
So that clam juice is powerful stuff.
Good call. Good
I really
call.
don't remember.
So everybody but Fahima and I had night drifts, but Ron and Jared's was fairly
Pretty much
similar.
the same, yeah. The battlefield.
It was about the battlefield.
Well, mine went from the battlefield to the tunnel with the torches, because then when we went to Dalto Thune later on and we saw the torches, Jeff was like, "You recognize this?"
Right.
Yeah.
But Lily's is special.
I didn't have a whole lot of secret rooms.
Lily's just came full circle, I think.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? I mean, we'd heard about Conroy. Obviously, Fahima asked everybody if they've ever met Conroy Tighe.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I didn't tell Fahima about this for a long time.
A long time.
Yeah, this is the bug one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Lily has her secrets.
She sure do.
But we skipped James's Shawthragat secret rooms in the Deep Reef, which were the hilarious ones, but basically hilarious because Jessica wanted to know what they were so bad. But it was literally like, prove your loyalty to me by not taking the forces of good and the advantages and disadvantages. And specifically, don't take them. Don't take the gifts from the amulet. Be my warlock.
Did you have any idea what would happen if you had taken them? Like, were you just gonna like lose your powers or something?
It was. Well, no. Okay, so this was the super intense, and this will actually play into the next James's next secret room with Shawthragat. Is that I was keeping everybody breathing underwater.
Right.
And so there was a passive threat of, if your power goes away, everybody dies.
Yeah. So you really didn't have a choice.
I really didn't, and he didn't. Shawthragat didn't specifically say that, but it was definitely like I can take this away, and it was like, oh my god, and I realized that in the moment of like, if my power goes away, everybody's dead.
Hi, Angel Devilson. Thank you for coming.
Bye. But this is the amazing Night Drift with Miss Lily Dumblestock.
Ooh, here we go.
Come awake and you hear people talking. Abendabbits Wyby, Ibidisibim Parbatabent, Tubu. Lily. Come with me.
Do I have headphones on me?
Yeah,
I was just
Earplugs.
just gonna put in some earbuds real quick.
So you also drink from this strange, not a bowl, and this
Little shields.
Yes, this milky substance goes down, and you are used to handling beverages that do things to people, but this, you start sweating, and you feel the world kind of get a little wavy, and you all of a sudden are in a different place. You're back inside the knick-knack of doom. And you are in one of the other knickknacks that you were looking out from during that time, far, far from where you are now. And you see creatures that don't look human. They don't look like beach gnomes. They look almost insect-like, skittering around, moving things. And you feel a sense of fear and foreboding, like you've seen this before, but you can't quite remember it. You know that there's something wrong, there's something bad. And you see a man enter. A man who looks a little bit like Fahima. Like you may be her father. He stands, walks in the room, and he pulls out his sword, and the insects turn and rush at him. And that's when you come out of your vision.
That one was much quieter.
You feel a sense of fear and foreboding, like you've seen this before, but you can't quite remember it. You know that there's something wrong, there's something bad. And you see a man enter. A man who looks a little bit like Fahima. Like you may be her father. He stands, walks in the room, and he pulls out his sword, and the insects turn and rush at him. And that's when you come out of your vision.
I thought there was going to be a lot more to that.
Nope, that's it.
That's it. So little information to go off of.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kitty's gracious. Why would Fahima look like Conroy? You know, I hear that when you get married and you've been around each other for a long time, you start to look like each other.
Yeah,
so.
I mean a little bit. Yeah, looks a little like.
Maybe Conroy's just that like.
We played
in love with him the son. He's
like, but you know, if you bring her back, make her look a little bit more like me.
She's smart, she's funny, she's pretty, she looks like me.
I do imagine that they dressed alike for
yes,
sure. You know, like the white tunics and khaki, like the Indiana Jones.
Typical Axe-Bright uniform.
Co-adventurers.
That's right.
Yeah, I
like
don't
the
remember
Eternals.
when I told you exactly. I'm trying to remember what episode that was.
I think it was somewhere around the Forges.
It was a while.
But it was a long time, and I don't remember.
Well, and then that vision is what we saw during the shattering with the Ashen Mage on top of Sky Scorcher Peak.
Was I there?
When you were there, because it was the image that the Ashen Mage showed us to tell you that Conroy was in danger and that she could control Conroy's fate.
Yeah.
But that told us that she was full of it because it was your same vision that you had.
Yeah. Yep.
And you were able to identify that in the moment and go like, wait a minute, something's not right.
Yeah.
Because
tell me why you decided to hold off for so long.
Well, I feel like because it was so little information, I think Lily was like, I don't know what to tell Fahima that's going to be helpful. Because you were desperately, at this point, I feel like any information about your father, you were like desperately trying to get to him.
Right.
And I feel like part of it was I didn't get a lot. It was like I saw him. And that was it. I saw him, and there was fear and foreboding, and I think that was also why I didn't tell you it, because all I had was kind of that information.
Right.
I saw your dad. He's in danger, and I don't really know what the deal is.
But I was also tripping, so I don't know if it was
I was
real.
also, like, not really sure.
These
I think
bugs are after him.
What's interesting about that is, I think the way that I was playing in campaign, it's the beginning of campaign 1, maybe like the first half, was anytime I got any juicy information, I was like, I wanna tell you all right away, and that was part of Fahima, but also part me. And I think that maybe in campaign 2, I might kind of do a little bit more what you did. You know, there's more subtlety there. There's more. I don't know. You were okay with having that information for so long and letting it simmer and reveal at a later time. And I like that patience, and I think it paid off.
There were times, especially when it came to Conroy, though, where Fahima seemed, pardon the phrase, fragile. And so, I mean, it makes sense, you know.
I think at that point, anytime your father came up, that was your mission at the beginning.
Right.
It was
Yeah.
really to find him, and I think Lily felt not bad, but like, oh, all I have is fear and, like he says, fear and foreboding. You see him, and then it's like, that's all I got.
That's
Fighting
true.
some bugs.
If you tell her, then she's just gonna worry.
Yeah.
Right.
So what's the point of telling you something where I have not enough information to do anything with?
Yeah.
I don't think you had sending at this point. Like, maybe
So
you did.
basically,
But you didn't know him.
I didn't know him.
Lily was
I
a
never
lot.
Yeah.
could cast sending to him
You couldn't cast
until
sending.
until that episode, until the
Right.
shattering, when we'd seen him for the first time,
Yeah, so
or
I think,
I'd seen him.
I
for the
think
first time.
Lily took it upon herself to say, this is information that I will tell Fahima, but right now I feel like it's going to do more harm than good to tell her.
Right.
And everything was so crazy.
Right.
Because that episode was also like,
There was so much
there was
going
so
on.
much
in
that
this episode.
happened,
Yeah.
and then that was like, we don't also need, also your dad might be in trouble, but I don't know anything else.
There's
The
both.
lies
by
we
the
don't
way-
tell our friends to save them.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. So I think Lily thought she was doing you a favor in that moment of like, this isn't helpful at
I
this
think-
moment.
Yeah, I think she was definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were Lily was a good friend in that moment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's next up on the queue?
Next
I'm
is
sorry, Allie, I have to move you, buddy.
so sweet.
Ollie!
Next is James. Next is James
Buddy.
walking into the Hunger of Adar, which is later this episode.
Okay.
So-
Actually, I can probably just scrub to it right here.
Yes, and this is 3 hours 20 minutes and 45 seconds.
3 hours, 20 minutes, and 45 seconds.
So
Oh,
this
you're right
was, we had just gotten done showing spells to each other. It was adorable. And Civ was about to have his night drift, or maybe you just did.
I wanted to go off on the junk pile and just kind of be by myself in case the night drift was like a bad trip. I didn't want you guys to be there for that.
Right. And you guess maybe it would be.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then looking into my past, oh boy.
Yeah. And then I just happened to be out there when you wandered into the darkness.
This was the first time, basically, James kicking Shathargot's door down and being like, we need to talk. Because it was after the Deep Reef when Shathargot had put not just James's life in danger, but all of your lives in danger.
Yeah.
And basically that was James's biggest issue with it.
Yeah.
Is he'd been rewarded but given Phantom Steed and he'd been loyal and all this stuff, but basically this was like, you and I need to talk.
Yeah.
And that's basically where this comes from. So James
All right.
is very guilty but very mad walking into this one.
Here we go.
Okay, I put that into my pack. And then I look around, try to make sure no one's watching. And I cast Hunger of Adar.
And this hole in the world opens up. And you hear,
And I'm thinking about this night, thinking about Eric's voice in my head, thinking about Lily's singing, and then I walk into the middle of it.
yeah. And it hurts. You feel it. Whispers all around you. And you take damage.
Yeah.
Come with me.
Oh my god.
Sorry, everybody.
We should have brought headphones.
We need like a bonus.
I'm gonna
James Quillis, you have received my gift. I am proud of you. Your devotion deserves reward.
If you ever pull anything like that again, if you ever put these people in that sort of danger again, with me standing in the middle of them like a stick of dynamite with a fuse lit, I will walk away. I will smash my arcane focus, I will burn these books, and I will walk away. Do you understand me?
How dare you?
How dare you? I might need you to fire cool things out of my hands and read people's minds. You need me to be significant. I found you on a bookshelf, inside a dusty book in a footnote.
You have no idea what you tempt.
Then kill me.
And the hunger of Hadar intensifies, and you feel it all around you. You feel swirls and whispers. And it's inside your skin, and it's up under your neck and in your temples and
You
in your
need me
brain.
more than I need you.
And it goes away.
Dang.
That's a sick burn coming from a librarian. You
Yeah.
call someone a footnote.
Yep. In fact, there in the Discord, occasionally, I think people did start to call Shathragat a footnote demon. Yeah. It was like basically like you were nothing, and it is a bluff. It is totally a bluff on James's part, but
He just got it right.
an educated bluff because basically James realized the only reason they must be that they haven't stamped me out like a bug by now is that you like being involved in this.
Yeah, that was a good guess. I mean,
Yeah, and I
it's
had no
risky.
idea how much, you
Yeah,
know.
for sure.
But yeah, it ended up being more accurate than I knew, and so it was like, all right, then you're gonna do this my way, basically. But yeah, the context of this was that by threatening James when we were all in the deep reef, with James's power being the only one keeping all of us breathing underwater, if Shathragat had decided at that moment to take her power away, whole party's dead. Maybe Civ lives because you had the gloves of swimming, you know. I think, but like, and so it was. That was the first time where James is like, I'm okay taking this burden on myself. As soon as it turns into you taking out my friends, that's a risk I'm not okay with dealing with. What are you doing?
Jessica's trying to be smooth.
There's an Ollie tail that's like, what are you doing, Mom? What are you doing?
So Lily Dumblesuck fan has a good question. What if Shathragat had trapped James in the hunger of Hadar and not let him go? What if she, dropped him to zero?
Again the bluff.
Right.
Well, and that is a kudos to Jeff. I did not tell Jeff about that I was going to do this at all. And so I'm very glad that Jeff knew what I was doing when I said, I'm going to walk into the hunger of Hadar.
Yeah, because you could have just
He could have just said, you take a ton of damage and nothing happens.
Yeah.
He definitely could have done that. But the way Jeff had described the hunger of Hadar previously, I was able to go like, I think he'll get what I'm going for here.
Right.
And he did, 100%. And so, yeah, it was a beautiful moment, but James was definitely taking a bet that, like, it's not going to kill me. It needs me. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. And, yeah.
So let me ask you another question.
Sure.
Okay, so we're in Thorn.
Yeah.
We come across another warlock, finally, because that's literally the only warlock that we ever ran into the entire time.
Excuse me.
You now know that there are other options for patrons. You now know they exist, at least.
I was very invested in Braca staying alive. I
What
was
about-
super bummed.
What about, did you ever think about, and I realize you're probably not going to do this because Braca's patron was an aboleth, but
Right.
did the idea ever cross your mind, maybe I could just switch to Braca's patron?
No, because I was seeing how well that was going for him. I mean, and it seemed just as bad, if not worse.
Patron seemed like the wrong way to go.
Right. Right. It was. I think it was.
Remember, she said that when we get into season 2. Just remember that.
Yikes.
You're making me play a warlock.
I don't even care
I'm
what
the
class.
only one
what
that
class
doesn't get
Katie
to create
is.
my own
Yeah,
character.
Hey, you're getting a patron.
There you go.
I would love to see
Can I see that sheet for a second?
Yeah.
There you go.
Nana Jared just give me my character day one. That's all.
Ron just doing that
The whole time.
But I'm playing a ranger. Doesn't matter. You're getting a patron.
You're a ranger
A
with a
small void portal opens up and a couple of tentacles come out and go, no, you not.
Ryan Winters Braca was Ugo's brother, who was
Yeah.
who was the the rage lock was it?
Rage lock. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Groligo is the one that has all of the
That's
bits
right.
of armor attached to him.
But I mean, I've said this before, but that scene between James and Braca was one of my favorite scenes of the entire campaign for James.
That was good.
Yeah, because it was
it's two warlocks that
yeah.
probably never have ever met another warlock, getting to sit down and talk about what it's like to be a warlock.
Right, but it was also
Warlock meetup?
James doesn't think very highly of himself, and so it was like being able to almost project that and see all of your flaws also on another person, and going like, you screwed up so bad, man. You've got a brother. You've got a pretty good brother.
Pretty good.
You've got a family and a brother. No, you guys.
You have a brother.
You have a good brother.
You got a brother.
No, you've got all these things going for you, and you screwed it up. And there was definitely some projection going on there too. Yeah, for sure.
Alright, what's the next one? Queued up.
Next one is Fahima and the Ashen Mage, episode 29, at the end of the Vargan fight.
This one's pretty short too, but I just think it's
Huge.
I'll come back.
29, 3 hours, 56 minutes, and 45 seconds. I mean, actually, Lily's Warden vision comes before this.
Okay.
And we want to watch both. So that's 3 hours, 40 minutes, 40 seconds. There you go, right there.
I don't think this is super long either.
Yeah, I don't think either of them are very long. But I mean, the Vargan fight.
Yeah, you were not in a good mood in that moment. Oh, the
I mean,
beautiful necklace.
I mean, I thought that watching these the other day too. I was like, what is that necklace?
I still have it. You're welcome
very-
to borrow it anytime.
It's very warrior. Vargan bargain.
Okay.
The Vargan bargain.
The Vargan bargain.
Here we go.
Right. Yeah. As you approach it, the blood that's hanging in the air, the amulet itself rises and lifts off your chest, and the eye at the center of it pulls out, and you feel like tension on the chain around your neck, and it pulls you closer to it, and it levitates up, and it brings itself to your forehead. The eye on your forehead. And then you come with me.
Ooh, secret room. Oh my God, secret room.
This feels like a big one, too. Jared, you want these D6s?
Yeah, sure.
As the amulet levitates up and places itself as your third eye, all of a sudden you have this sensation of being able to see through it. You're no longer looking with your eyes, you're looking through the eye of the amulet. And you're looking around this space, this woods. And all of a sudden your friends are gone. And it's as if you're looking back to a previous time, thousands of years ago. And there are battles being waged here. Creatures fighting, sword fights and great clashes, wizard duels and executions. These vignettes, these scenes of things that have happened in this spot before. Scene after scene, as if a slideshow of movement and sound, ghostly apparitions, playing out scenes all around you. You're looking all around you.
Anything I recognize or?
Not yet. But it moves through these scenes as if moving through time, as if going forward in time. And then it settles on an echo of a moment that is more permanent. And there are rangers all around you, perched in trees. You're looking up all around the tree line, these white trees and this green ground. And there are rangers perched, mostly female. And Then they leaping down from the tree line, bow and arrows in hand. They leap and they start casting, throwing their arrows notched in their bows, shooting arrows all around you, attacking an unseen foe. You see this sort of apparition, this vision of an epic battle. Women, long braids in their hair, leaping out of these trees that they'd been perched in, the braids trailing behind them, shooting arrows, They seem to be attacking things on all sides. And then you do see something you recognize. You recognize it very, very clearly. It's Rella, Tall Runner, the woman you have inhabited twice now in Warden Visions. She's there, she's commanding them. She's barking orders to the Rangers. Under her arm, she holds a ceramic object, like a pot or an urn. She holds it as if protecting it. And as she lands on the ground and her Rangers shooting arrows all around her, attacking things that you can't see, you can't make out, she pulls from her hip a horn, curved, white, pulled from some animal, a ram, or maybe something more arcane, something more dangerous. And she puts it to her lips, and she plays. A tune. Notes that seem to give a command to her troops, her Rangers. Notes that ring in your ears. As a musician, you recognize the tune of it. Disparate, but it's clearly giving a command. In this place, and all of the Rangers, as they hear it, turn and look at Rella. And before you can make out what that means, the vision fades, and you look around you, and the amulet drops back down to your chest, and you are once again standing in front of this curtain of blood drops, and you see your friends. And we'll go back.
Whoa, so what did you make of that at the time? With the context that you had?
Katie got all of the really vague.
Yeah.
Very vague. Well, and it was one of those things where, remember that music paid off.
Oh yeah. It all paid off. I mean, it all comes back.
It does.
But at that time, like the ceramic, which is the urn.
It's the first time you've seen the urn.
It's the first time we've heard any mention of it, and he literally just mentions it as she's holding.
Just
something.
this important, yeah, and it seems kind of important, but you have no idea
it
what.
It seems kind of important, but then there's all this other information that seems more important,
right?
Because it's all it's Rella and it's all the Rangers and then the horn. And
so did you piece that
spot.
together later on when they took out the urn of invention? Were you like, oh my god, that's the same urn from the vision that I saw here?
I feel like yes, it's so funny.
Because how many episodes apart is that? That's got to be.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the other thing too is so this was episode 29. We didn't have the Typhoon Warden fight until episode 67.
Yeah, it was a long time.
But
I think Jeff hinted at it in that, and then I was like, oh, right. Yes.
And that song comes back in that fight. But, I mean, remember, if you take out Whitebeard's adventure, that was really only supposed to be, I want to say, like 10, 12, maybe 15 episodes later that we would end up in the Typhoon Warden fight.
There's so much of that. I mean, I think we took this huge break from the main storyline, if you will, when we went back in time.
Yeah.
And... yeah, I mean, like, it was not fresh in my mind when we got there.
It was almost a year later.
And again, because it was such an offhanded comment.
Right.
I don't think if he had done it offhandedly again, I would have put the two together.
Yeah.
But I think he made it more explicit. So I don't know, honestly have to rewatch that. Because now that's so far away.
I know. Yeah.
When we did that.
This is, I mean, Crimson Coil is still, like, what an episode. I mean, if we list like top fights of the entire campaign, it's got to be right up there.
Oh yeah.
So stressful.
So with that information being so vague and you not having a ton of context for it, were you just kind of storing it away until it made more sense to you?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, I think I told everybody what I saw here in like a truncated version of it. I don't even know if I mentioned the ceramic. I think I did. I think I like tried and was like, I need to tell everybody everything.
Right.
But I think the information we got from that was like Rella and the Rangers.
And it was after this, I think,
and
that
it was less the horn and the urn,
Yeah.
and so I think I subconsciously stored it away a little bit, but I don't think I was. I don't know. I mean, I know Jeff. At this point, I think we realize Jeff is everything means something.
Right.
So
That's one thing that I'm coming away with. What even going back and pulling my own scenes is there's little tiny pieces where I'm like, if only I had just written every single little thing down.
If only you'd
and
written down
made a map
every word he
of
said
all of his keywords
for 3 years.
Well, that's what
I figured this out so long ago.
That's what I love about this term secret room.
Right.
Because he's giving us little secrets
right.
while we're having secrets, which I
Yeah.
thought was really just
Yeah.
cool.
And you gotta hope, like, I don't know how Jeff works, but you gotta think, like, as a dungeon master, I mean, at least knowing us as a crew, anticipating that, at least me, I'm gonna retain some information, but not all information. Whereas with Morgan, he's probably gonna retain all of the information. And I wonder if that
That's very
changes
nice of you.
how Jeff presents information to each of us, because he might go, I can kind of just say a lot of stuff to Jess and she's going to take away the key points, but with Morgan I have to withhold a little bit more, so
That's why I wonder sometimes why I had so few secret rooms.
Oh.
because you're just gonna
Because Jeff also knows that I'm the kind of guy, by my nature, I'm the kind of guy like, what does this mean?
Well, but also by Ugo's nature, he would
was
probably tell us
just
all
right away.
immediately.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
and when we talked about that, that was a goal from the start. Was I was not going to have any secrets. That was my one thing because I play a lot of characters.
Hey
that are
guys,
like,
Jeff is telling me this.
Hey, I saw it. I took
In the middle of the secret.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. In the middle of the secret.
This is pretty weird. You're not going to believe this. I'm unconscious right now, but I'm going to speak out loud so you know what I've experienced.
Ugo, you were talking in your sleep. It was very strange.
She's gonna get evicted from her apartment
know.
tonight, and it's gonna be.
I only have one neighbor and it's upstairs, so we're
Okay.
good.
All right. 356:45 is Fahima and the Ashen Mage.
356:45.
So, Vargan had dropped the book mid-fight.
Yes.
When Meep grabbed it. That was one of the big turning points of the fight.
Mhm.
And so this was you finding the book and finally touching it and grabbing it, and then this happened.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time I meet the Ashen Mage as
We'd
well.
heard her name and we'd been in her tower. We had not met her.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
And you are out 30, 40, 60, 100 yards. And you notice that
Wait, why am I crying? Because of Zanelka, I think?
Because of Zanelka.
Zanelka had to go away?
This was also the moment of Civ basically no, Zanelka, you and your sibling, you and your
that's
brother
right.
should stay here. You should not come with us.
I was gonna shank Leonide.
Okay.
I was waiting.
They almost killed me.
He was waiting for it. He was like, well, if that's going down, then I got to make sure he's down.
James had been dropped the round before he killed Vargan. If we didn't kill Vargan on that turn, James was going to get torn to shreds.
Yep.
Thank you, Goofus Madorko.
Thank you so much.
Oh, wow. Oh my god, how much? Is that 10? Holy cow, thank you, Goofus. Alright, here we go.
all of the blood tendrils have gone. This is a forest now of beautiful, thin, white trees. And there, lying in the grass, the leaves around it, green, brown, earth tones, is this book.
I will pick it up. I mean, it looks the same as the one that James
Yeah.
picked up. I'll pick it up.
Did you pick it up? You feel something. Come with me.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Getting our money's worth tonight.
Yeah,
Period.
real.
You feel the book in your hands. And all of a sudden, you're looking at something. A figure. Standing there. A cloak. that starts black at the top and moves down to gray. The bottom of it, up to the midsection, gray, dark. As if smoky tendrils, and a cloak over the head of this figure that you were looking at. You see just the bottom of the face. No eyes, no nose, just a chin. Female. Gray. And you hear in your head, as you see this vision, blackness all around you. Oh. There you are. I guess this means Vargan is dead. Well, what do you think? What do you think of what you hold in your hand?
I think it's powerful and it needs to be destroyed.
That's certainly one thing we could do. Do you like power?
I like power when it's used for good.
Yes.
Nothing about this book seems to be good to me.
Well, why don't you come to me and we can find out what's good?
Where are you?
In the mountain.
Can you be a bit more specific?
I know you can find me. Just follow your quest for power. Now, it's nice to get a look at you. For real, for once.
What do you mean?
Oh, child. You and I can get along very well. It just so happens I have an apprenticeship opened up.
For necromancy and blood work, no thank you. I like to preserve life, not model it together, take it away, turn things into something beyond what they're supposed to be.
We'll see. Thumb through the book. I'm sure you'll see plenty.
And if I set it on fire?
That would be unfortunate. I'd like it back. Hope to see you soon. And you're back.
The irony is so strong in this. This is why I wanted to show it. Just simply for that blood work and necromancy, no thank you line alone.
No thanks. It's like young Fahima in a
It's like he's offering you your first cigarette and you're in school and you're like, I dare to be off drugs. I'll never smoke.
I know.
Cut to the next semester. She's like,
wow, was I wrong?
Yeah, so this is the very beginning of Fahima's long journey with the Ashen Mage and the temptation to join. I mean, you see how Jeff is doing the Ashen Mage. It's so hard to not just be like, okay, I'll do whatever you say.
So Jeff wanted to kiss all of you in the secret room.
I mean, right.
Essentially what this
Pretty
secret
much.
was a giant makeout room.
Jeff's in chat, by the way. We
Hi,
noticed.
Jeff.
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Jeffrey.
Miss you. Wish you were here.
Can you confirm that you were trying to kiss Jared, Morgan, and Jess? So far.
And can you also confirm that you weren't trying to kiss me? Because I'm feeling like I'm the only one who wasn't trying to get made out with.
I wasn't.
You could have made out with the head of the cop brew in the bag of holding.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, what else?
There were a lot of dead monsters that couldn't be dead. Makeouts with. That's true.
Thank you for the cheers, Adriana.
Oh yeah,
We love
and
you guys. Thank
anonymous
you.
cheer as well.
Oh my
thank
goodness,
you.
I saw that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Kisses for everyone. Yay! Hot.
I really want to get
Look at the bunch of codependent D&D players. Our DM loves
You love us, right? We have one
You
more.
want to kiss all of us, right?
Right?
All of us
Equally?
Well, and
all of us equally?
The same way and the same kind?
It's important to point out, though, the next episode, which, boy, the back-to-back of Crimson Coil and Stranger's Fate is maybe the best 1-2 punch of the entire campaign. I don't know. That's up for debate. But, so Stranger's Fate is the next episode. And
What's the number?
James and Fahima have an amazing discussion about the Ashen Mage, and Fahima's already like, shouldn't I though? Wouldn't it be kind of cool? And James is like, no. But I love that. I love that scene between you and I, because it's like, Fahima, you got this. 30, and we're going to James in the Cellar with Shathragat, which is 2 hours and 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And then the next one after that will be Jeff's first solo.
Nice.
Thank you, Just Jules.
And then that'll probably be our last
Thank you,
202.50. 202.
We just got a ton of gift subs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This might be my favorite James and Shathragat secret room, because it was so well built in. Because we had the whole drama of the missing kid. We were searching for the kid, and the whole team was down in the cellar, and you'll see, it's creepy. It is a creepy scene. And I'm very proud of this scene.
We're wearing the ugly sweaters.
And I'm wearing we're both, Jeff and I are wearing ugly sweaters. Everybody.
And we're trying to seriously roleplay, and I'm dressed as Santa Claus.
I was dying laughing, because whenever you cut to Ron looks very mad, but he's Santa. But I'm Santa Claus.
Angry Santa.
Yep, this is the sometimes when I fart I light my pants on fire episode. Yes, absolutely.
This is Amy Vorpal was our guest.
That's
as well.
right. A.G. McLeod, the name for Shathragat pre-Shathragat was Squalash. Of course, how could you forget the leprechaun?
Are we ready for this?
Yes,
ready.
we are ready for this.
Lily, you're healing it. You're just so concerned about the boy.
we should listen to his mom.
Ugo, for a split second, you notice a blackness on James.
Again, you're the only
Come
one who
with
noticed
me.
last time. You're the only one who noticed last time too.
Just like when the last time I saw it.
When you say
yes.
a blackness, yeah.
Just a flash, like a mist frame.
Yeah.
You know,
Got it.
where he was.
Like
It's like a shadow.
Almost
instead of-
exactly like so I'm
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Secret room.
Yeah.
Secret room.
I don't know if it's good when James.
We
does
should
it.
have had earmuffs.
As you see Lily go over and start to heal the boy's hand, all of a sudden, there's a blackness that rises. The sparkler fades, and there's a blackness that takes over the room. And the little boy is standing there, and he looks up at you, and his eyes are black, completely black. And he says, James Quillis, I see you. I notice you.
What?
Yes, James. Last time we spoke, you spoke to me harshly, didn't you? You said you didn't need me, did you, James? It seems to me that perhaps you do need me. James, I think you said you think I need you, and perhaps that's true. But I think we need each other. I care for you deeply, James. And I want what's best for you. Look at me, James. Look at this boy. Look at this boy. He's eager, smart, curious. Does he remind you of anyone you know?
Yes.
He's willing to do things for the sake of experimentation that end up hurting himself. It's unfortunate. But James, you have the power to help people like this boy, don't you? You got that power from me, didn't you? I want to give you more. I want to help you become what I know you can be.
What do you want? I'm not so foolish to think that you're just some unselfish, charity-driven soul. What do you want?
Well, I do have a request. Perhaps not speak to me in the way you've spoken to me previously. Also, tonight, I'm sure there will be a time when you are supposed to revere the custodian. He's not a god for you, James. I don't think you should participate in that kind of thing. They will be asking you to participate in Stranger's fate, but you don't want to do that. James, I don't want to have you walk away from this mutually beneficial partnership. I just want to help boys like this and boys like you. Do you want what I can give you, James?
I don't even know anymore.
Well, that's too bad. I don't like hearing that. I think you are the best person to have the gifts that I can give. Or I could give them to this boy.
And you look down, and where the sparkler was is your arcane orb. And next to it is your tome.
I'm sure he would love to learn the things that you've learned, and perhaps...
No.
No?
No, I will take them.
So we have a deal, then? I want what's best for you, James. I do.
I'm sure you do.
If you can't see that, it makes me very sad. Very sad indeed.
Fine. For now. Fine.
I'm always willing to have more conversations.
Indeed. We've got a lot to do, you and I.
Oh, yes, we do.
Don't forget your bubble.
So cool.
Woof.
What do you think? Don't forget your
Bauble, because James had lost his book and his orb prior to this moment, and this was Shothragod giving it back, but with.
He said bottle.
Don't forget your bauble.
Bubble.
Your face during that entire thing was Katie was priceless. Katie's like,
creepy.
no.
The switch between the little boy and the boys.
I mean,
Chef's kiss.
it's one of those things where it's like, how James how when that thing asks you to trust it for the rest of time, James is like, after that, I don't know, man. No, I'm not. I don't think so. Yeah. And
Very creepy.
when that thing keeps telling you, it's like, I just want to help you.
Didn't you sit in like the corner basically for the rest of this episode? Like you.
Oh yeah,
he went back.
Yeah,
That's
I.
why I was like, oh, it makes sense.
I said I'm not going to go to the party and I'm tired or whatever,
Yeah.
and you all were like, okay, that's fine.
You like went and read in the Vardo or
Yep.
something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just.
Yeah, the Vardo. We had the Vardo.
We had the Vardo. Yeah, we had the Vardo.
Wow, we've had the Vardo since episode 30.
We had the Vardo
Dang.
since episode like 24.
How?
Yeah, we got it in
I know
Wakeburn.
that feels more recent to me too, but
Right.
it definitely wasn't.
Yeah.
There's something
Never-
weird about that in the timeline.
Didn't get enough mileage out of that Vardo, unfortunately.
Yeah, Jeff tried to give it back to us, and then we exploded it.
Then we blew it up. Oh, that's great.
Look at you. With our force of good.
Force of good. Still one of my favorites.
Civ, your thoughts?
I just think it's interesting, like, I could see Jeff pushing the envelope, but I just wonder what was the line in the sand that would have made it to where James wouldn't have been able to keep going, you know?
That's super interesting. That's a good question.
Because you turned into a full demon at one point, and it's like, if that's not going to get you to to swap or change. Although at that point you were started to realize that it was Mirasis, right?
It would by the demon. I didn't realize it was Mirasis. No, I didn't realize it was Mirasis until who said it? The Quake Warden.
Right.
The Quake Warden said that Mirasis made a deal.
Yeah.
And I was like, there was like a multi-level of like, you know, of like,
because that's what you did. You made a deal.
Old ones make deals.
Uh-huh.
Wait a minute. And I did it, and I was like, oh, no way. And after that, I was like, yep, that makes all the sense.
So what was the line in the sand then?
James was trying to find it. That's why I referred to it as like a game of chicken, where it was literally like, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. Now, I will say that a few times in secret rooms that we won't get to see, Shothrgot did express pleasure or wanting James to stop the Ashen Mage. So it was literally like, okay, we seem to have
my enemy.
Yeah, we seem to have the same enemy, so I guess you're not minding anything I'm doing too much. It was just when I was directly disrespectful that I would get, you know. And so
it was getting close where Ugo was like, okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more of this
Right.
I can side look before I start going, are you still you?
I kind of feel like if Ugo had seen the little boy scene that we just saw, I don't know. I mean, I hate to force player character conflict, but I just don't see Ugo being okay with that, you know.
If James could have explained to Ugo that, because Ron understands what
you don't want to take away from
sure. Well, and that it's like, I don't want the kid to be stricken with this.
Right.
I've chosen this child doesn't really know what it's choosing.
Right.
If that had been viewed and then James made it very clear, like, I'm doing it to protect the innocent,
right,
he might have understood that.
Yeah.
Then he might have understood, not like any of it, and still like, what are you doing? Why is this the thing you decide to do?
Right.
But would have understood, I think, at the end of the day, oh, you're protecting the innocent. And that's where, in his oath, that's where, from the knowledge, that's where I even kind of drew it. It's like, knowing the darkness is how you know what light is. Like, if you don't know what's darkness, you'll never know what light is. So that was kind of why this scene drove that inspiration for the oath, for sure.
Yeah.
So the next scene we have is the
Jeff?
first secret room that none of us have seen.
This
so
is
that's
correct.
very exciting. How many total do we have of that?
Three.
Okay.
For every year of the show.
Did you already build in mine that I listed into your own list?
Yes, I think I did.
Okay.
Well, there might be one or two that I need you to reference.
After this, should we take an intermission?
Yeah, I was gonna
just so
say
people
after
know?
this one we'll do an intermission.
So we'll do this, and we'll do we'll talk, and then we'll do an intermission.
3 hours, 27 minutes, and 50 seconds.
In this?
Yes,
episode?
this episode.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? 3 hours.
3:27:50.
3:27.
Or 2:27.
Oh. Wait. Oh.
Oh yeah. It's like what?
3:20.
We thought we were done.
Okay. Here we go. I'm so excited.
And Jeff was
for
like
this.
about to say human. You'll see. He's literally he starts saying humankind.
Oh,
Wait
yeah.
a minute.
Okay.
Hey, we Warple.
We finally get to
Yay.
see what the Watchers have seen.
Here it comes.
Woo.
But until then, humankind. Wait a second. I need to do one more thing. One more secret room.
What?
With somebody. Wait, not just one somebody. Multiple somebodies.
What?
But none of you.
Wait, what?
And not Amy.
What?
Nisaba. I need to do a secret room with the Watchers.
Ooh.
Happening.
What?
And it's extremely important that none of you hear this. This is for them and them only.
Okay.
All right?
Oh.
So Watchers of the time stream, come with me to the secret room.
Oh
my God.
My God.
Do you want Amy to stay in here with us?
Yeah, you guys will come. Yeah, we'll have a party in a second. Okay, Watchers. I'm trusting you not to breathe a word of this to the cast. This is just for you. They aren't gonna watch this. They aren't gonna hear it right now. I don't want you to tell them anything that you're about to hear, all right? So the amulet gives you, the watchers of the time stream, the ability to view the heroes of Bingle. But right now, tonight, in this place, during the reverie and joy of the song we just heard, during the strange feelings that we witnessed between our characters inside the Warm Hearth Tavern in the town of Marsh, in this moment, the amulet grants you, the watchers of the time stream, a different view. As if taking flight, your view expands from that tavern in Marsh. It pulls back, the smoke coming up out of the chimney, back from Benissaba the Bard, back from the heroes at their feast at their two separate tables. It soars up your view, up and out and over. You see the tavern shrink in your view. Little smoke swirling from the chimney, and you're back. You see it like a bird on a wing, moving, slowly at first, but then quicker. And then up, you see roads and trees and rocks, the Vardo sitting there, the Achirai tied up. You see it all pulled back, a bird's eye view. And then you're moving. You're moving north, over the road, over the trees that connect the trade routes, rocks and grass and trees and road. Your view soaring and rushing over large swaths of land. It veers and catches sight of the surging river, up past the towns of Hornsbury and Braster, up through Star Lock. You see creatures and structures and activity, but you're moving too fast to make out specifics. Then, suddenly, you turn eastward and head toward the Nelrim mountain range. You see their majestic peaks rising in the distance as you approach at an impossible pace. And there it is, the entrance to Dalto Thum, the dwarven city carved into the side of the mountain, its gates guarded, its facade austere. But your view does not stop moving. It continues up into the mountains, soaring over the top of the peaks, crossing over the mountain pass that bisects the range, the hazardous road that connects one side of the range to the other, that separates the dwarves from the orcs. And in that pass, on that road, you see dozens, hundreds of orcs on the move, an army pulling an enormous cannon, several of them, over the rocky, weather-beaten terrain. And still your view does not stop. It flies over and down, shifting south toward a higher part of the range, toward the burning, smoking Sky Scorcher Peak. And as you approach it, swooping, rushing in your vision, you see something that takes your breath away. A fortress, perched on top of the volcano itself, and accumulated around that fortress, seemingly pouring forth from it, massed on and around and down the mountain, on all sides of it, clogging every path and byway, every place to gain a foothold, are creatures. Creatures made of bodies, hodgepodges, like the one the heroes of Bingle fought on the top floor of the spell tower. But here, there are thousands, all shapes and sizes. They make the orc army you just witnessed seem minuscule by comparison. A legion of monsters crafted from the body parts of dead things. a cacophonous, moaning sea of arms and legs and fingers, rotting flesh given life, given form, waiting to march forward, waiting to be commanded. But that's not all. Hovering above them, set apart from this terrifying army, perched on spires of rock, waiting, watching, beating their enormous wings, are dragons. Fearsome, powerful dragons. And as your view hovers there, observing all of this, looking down on the horror and the staggering mass of power waiting there, one of the dragons turns and looks directly at you. Its reptilian eye, full of intelligence, peering right at you, recognizing you. And then you're moving again, your view soaring. You escape this bone-chilling sight and move to the fortress itself on top of the volcano, past it, to the gaping maw of lava, the fiery red opening at the summit of Sky Scorcher Peak. And then you plummet. You dive directly into the billowing black vapor, into the heat rippling out of the volcano's open wound, down, down past rock and smoke, past the soot and steam, down into the blackness. You can almost feel the heat rising. And as you fall into that blackness, that darkness of smoke, everything goes dark. You feel movement but see nothing. And then you're in a room inside the volcano, a huge vaulted room. 4 figures with their backs to you stand facing an ancient forge. Red and yellow lava illuminate the room all around you. Intense heat and an oppressive thickness is in the air, and your vision pauses. You hover there, looking, waiting. And then you hear a voice say, "Begin." And there's a moment of anticipation. And then everything is shaking. Loud, awful sounds echo off the rocks and stone, bangs and clangs and scraping, movement and energy, and in a flash, you're flying again, swirling back through the interior of the volcano, back through the black smoke, back up and out the top of the mountain, back past the fortress and the army of undead, past the dragons. And your view is moving faster now at an incredible pace. Land and rock and trees and water rushing past you in a blur. You're moving at an unimaginable speed across Ain. Thousands of miles, pushing faster and faster, the wind and the scenery blurring, burning your eyes. You can barely keep them open to see it, but you do see it. You see it. And all at once you stop. Your vision hovering there in midair, still. The land green below you, trees and grass. And there, in the distance, coming right at you, are 2 figures, moving side by side. Enormous, 100-foot-tall titans. One crackling with electrical energy, the other sizzling with a beard of pure fire. And they are armored. Enormous, glinting plate mail covers their bodies, the armor of war. And in that moment, as you hover there in the sky, you see them look past where you came from, past you in the direction of that distant volcano that you just flew from. You see them look, you see them recognize something, and then you see them start to run.
That might have been.
Wow.
Whoa. I did not remember that we just ended there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that took me by surprise right now watching it.
I know. I didn't remember that. I remembered that we didn't come back actually. That it went so abruptly right into Airband. I did not know that actually.
Hero of Ein, I want to know if any of the players got any wind of this before. No.
No, I think
Definitely not.
I think most people that watch the show really loved the idea and the concept behind the secret room, and
Yeah.
so most people wanted to honor that.
Yeah,
Such a cool, such good storytelling, Jeff. Like so cinematic and.
including us too. I mean, I've said this, like I'm not someone looking for Christmas presents. I genuinely like to be surprised. I don't want to know certain things. They help me try to play it truthfully for the most part too. Yeah.
Whoa. So he basically just described
Everything we
that
were
was
walking into.
To come. I really wonder how many episodes it took to get through all of what he just described.
If you subtract Whitebeard, which was episode 40 to 62, I think.
Yeah, it was at least 22 episodes.
Yeah, then we would have been in Sky Scorcher Peak something like 17, 15 episodes later. Was the Shattering, because the Shattering was like 67. And this was episode 30. But from 40 to 62, we were back in time. So then we spent like 5 or 6 episodes in the Forges. And then reached the top of the Forge, to see all of that. But we've heard Jeff say before too that he planned, one of the greatest improvised moments of Jeff was the us charismaing our way into Daltothu.
Oh yeah.
He's like, I did not expect you guys to get in there, at least that easily. He was ready. There was a fight apparently coming, or something along those lines.
He told me that. He was like, well.
And he did not have that. So that initial description of Daltothu, which is the episode called War at the Gates, I think, or something. I think the episode is literally called War at the Gates. There is no War at the Gates because Lily rolled a 30 on a persuasion check.
They named he had to name the episode before.
Yes. Caffeine made Jeff name the episodes before we did them. Now sometimes we got to change them after the fact, but a lot of the time you'll notice that like they weren't always what was going to happen.
No war at the gates.
there was no war at the gates.
Psychological war.
Yes, for sure.
Hey, a quick war is still a war. So we're gonna take an intermission, but Morgan, what can we look forward to after the intermission?
Oh my goodness, what do we have next? Okay, after this, we're gonna do some because there's the party split coming. Fahima leaving with the Ashen Mage.
Got some juicy stuff to show you guys.
We're gonna show Jessica a couple moments like the slug moment because Jessica has asked to see what happened with the slug because she still has never seen it. And excuse me, Jeff's second solo. I'm choking on popcorn. And
Here, have a beer. Oh, it's
thank
gone.
you.
It's gone.
And then there's some more of the party split stuff, and then Jeff's third solo, and ending with Fahima and Araban episode 111. So we got plenty more good stuff to come. Yes.
Yeah, so stick around. We're going to do the same intermission as usual that Ron made for us. It's amazing, and I think it's 15 minutes, right?
Yeah. Thank you for joining us, everybody.
We'll see you in
We're
a
so
bit.
happy you're here. We'll
We're
be right
so
back.
excited to continue the Secret Room watch along with you all.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, we're back.
Hey! We're back. Sorry, we're just figuring out what we're doing here.
Yeah, we were
So
planning out
many
the
secret
schedule.
moments.
If I may, can I borrow this for a
Yeah,
second?
sure.
If you haven't yet noticed, ladies and gentlemen, we have one of our own merch cups here. Jared's drinking some hot coffee out of our baby Araban.
Very nice.
If you are watching,
wow, look at that.
Check out in the next
Look at that.
couple of days, because we'll be dropping some new merch, including a pint glass and a new canvas. There's actually already, I think, a new canvas wrap for the map, a little bit cheaper. It's
Nice.
not necessarily surrounded in fancy wood now, so it's a little bit cheaper. And also, we'll be dropping the Liam Draws Humankind Be both as a poster and as a canvas wrap.
Yay.
So you guys keep a lookout for that. And more as we go.
Excited about that one.
I heard a small gnome told me that Gord the Rogue apparently has a lot of ideas for merch. A lot of you have a lot of ideas for merch, and I very much appreciate all of your input. As you may see, I do take that into account.
Edible underwear.
We're getting there, my friend. We're getting there. But just to keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, it's all print on demand, so there are some restrictions to the things that we can do. So please be patient with me while we do that. But Liam Draws, thank you so much for allowing us the privilege to offer that to
so
our viewers.
excited.
So,
It's,
thank you very much.
It's one of our favorite things that have ever been done of the show, and we're
Absolutely.
so excited. It's so perfect.
Jafrikas, we are a family show, so there will be no butt rope.
Where's the butt rope?
Also, every time you guys say butt rope, I think of like the nerd rope stuff, and then I'm just like, that's not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't control the brain all the time. I don't control the brain all the
What
time.
is nerd rope?
You've never had nerd ropes?
It's nerds, the candy
With gummy rope.
but
Oh.
but
And they're
around
attached to gummy
rope.
ropes.
Yes.
So
No, they want poles, Jessica. They want some dungeon run poles.
Well, yes.
It's right there waiting for
Branded dungeon run poles.
Do we have 500 patrons? If we have 500 patrons, we're doing it.
Maybe we can see. Okay. All right. So now that we are post Jeff's first solo secret room, you'll remember that actually once we were time traveling, there weren't a lot of secret rooms for a good while. Shafragod didn't know where James was, so they didn't come knocking. There weren't a lot of secret rooms. There were some here and there, but mostly pretty removed. But once we got back, it came fast and furious because Fahima left with the Ashen Mage. She just couldn't wait to get away from us. Sorry, I'm kidding.
For all of you,
We're gonna go to second intermission really quick.
as we perform the Heimlich on
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
For those of you that might be new or just joining chat, what we're doing is we did 115 episodes of a live tabletop streaming show called The Dungeon Run. We're now watching all of the secret rooms that happened during that show that we weren't privy to when it first aired.
That's right. Because we like to keep secrets from each other.
Yeah.
Some of us for longer than others.
Friends lie to other friends, right? I mean, that's
that's what it is.
Well, that's what Lily just told us, that you basically kept something from Fahima to protect her feelings.
I didn't lie to her.
Everyone's got
Isn't lying through a mission lying?
Shouldn't ask her for it.
Vosh Voyager, the cut that Vic gave my cheek never healed.
Never healed.
Ouch. It's infected and
Emotional scars, but made physical.
Maybe that's what happened in episode 115 was the infection finally got to Siv's brain.
yeah.
He's like, oh, that's
it
what
was tetanus.
I'm kidding. Okay.
For those of you that are patrons at the highest level, you can go into the cast secrets, and there's a poem about all of that.
You know.
And before we jump into the next secret room, we just want to say that we are seeing all of the love in chat here. All of the community gift subs that you all are giving out, the cheers that are coming through, we see all of it as we're watching, so thank you so much, and we really appreciate it.
We see you. We notice you.
Well done. Good job.
Rich Face, thank you so much for those community gift subs.
Sorry, I'm laughing at the name Mexican Stepdad 8. That was just a funny name. Amazing.
Grossology.
Grossology, nice.
Grossology.
We need merch that is just a transcript of Trevor and Hicklefish sharing
secrets in their bunk
We
beds.
share secrets. Oh, Trevor and Hicklefish.
We love them. They
God,
love
I
each
know.
other.
What's the first secret room we're coming back to?
Episode 68, which
Okay.
is Fahima ran off with the Ashen Mage at the end of episode 67. So this is Fahima.
Wait, have I been able to do this the whole time? Oh my god, I didn't to get up from my seat this whole time.
You don't know how to go anywhere.
Wow.
All right, episode 68. You've got the time code, I think. This is the eruption of Sky Scorcher Peak. That's right. Oh, look at the camera work.
Oh, dang.
Boy,
Your
guys
hair
are
looks really
great.
dark right there. Is it darker?
Everyone looks better when they're by themselves.
We all look better alone.
Let's do the first.
Oh.
If we learn anything from this campaign, is that everyone looks better alone. 1450. You muted it, just so you can be careful.
Yeah, thank you. This is I didn't pre-watch this. I just found the time code of where we
There you go.
first saw this. Like, oh my
14.
god.
There you go.
There we go. All right. So here we go.
Do the.
Completely dark. It must be magical darkness because you have dark vision. You smell nature, dirt, and soil. The air is stale and warm like you're underground. The ground gives slightly under your feet. Mud? You stand motionless in the darkness. Then you hear the Ashen Mage's voice, an urgency in it like you've never heard before. Vic is a fool and disloyal. All of our progress in one stroke undone. I fear we are right back at square one. This changes nothing. A setback, nothing more. We move ahead. We figure out a way to reconstitute the urn or forge a new one. It's not just that our plans disrupted. The forge is gone. Sky Scorchers erupted. There may yet be another way. Fardinald, with me. Jan, take Fahima to her quarters. There's much to do. You hear movement ahead of you in the darkness. Then a hand on your shoulder pushes you forward. And as you step out of this magical darkness and your dark vision begins to kick in, you hear the and whoosh of a torch being lit. Fire sparks to life in front of you. You see the bluish face of a dragonborn, illuminated by the flickering orange light of a torch. Follow me.
Where are we?
Come.
Where are we? Tell me where I am.
You are in your new home.
How long? How long do I have to stay with you?
That is not my business. Come.
You look around you, and in your dark vision, you can see you're in a dark tunnel underground. There's rough earth all around you, tight confines. Yanmo's head nearly scrapes the top of the passage. And carrying the torch, he moves forward, expecting you to follow. Far ahead of him, you can see the hideous back of a hodgepodge disappear down the path ahead. Behind you is a dark black spot that your dark vision is unable to pierce.
I look for Meep.
You can feel her still underneath your hair and in your clothes, hiding.
Are you okay? Okay. Stay close. Don't say anything. Meep.
Are you moving forward?
Yeah, I'll follow him.
All right, so moving through this tunnel is a bit bewildering. It's a narrow labyrinth of twists and turns, tight passageways, completely devoid of light. Your dark vision helps, of course, and Yanmo holds a torch, but there are a number of branching paths that Yan seems to navigate effortlessly, but quickly become confusing to you. Eventually, you arrive at a more open area. Interconnected chambers with doors set into the walls. It seems to be a living quarters. Narrow passages with rooms branching off all around. Yanmo brings you to one of these and opens the door. He stands in the doorway, the torch burning in his hand.
Calcutta wishes you to be comfortable. You will be summoned when you are needed.
Oh, gracious.
And he closes the door.
No.
Inside this room is a simple bedchamber. Table and seating area with a bowl of fruits and vegetables on it, a wooden bed with thick blankets and furs, a small bookshelf. And you feel movement underneath your clothes, warmth underneath your hair, and then red feathers and a beak pop out from hiding.
Meep. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. What was I supposed to do? Huh?
Meep!
Let everyone die? If I didn't go, my friends would die.
Meep!
You don't think so?
Meep! Meep!
Look. It was a choice between certainty of her killing them and the chance that I could stop whatever's going on. I'd rather have a chance than the certainty of them dying.
Meep.
Does that make sense?
Meep.
You see Meep sort of hop down on the ground. She's chicken-sized, your phoenix familiar, your companion. She looks around this place, and you can tell just from her mannerisms and her eyes.
That was Meep. We can only get feedback as Meep.
Meep.
Meep, meep, everybody's giggling at the Meep. I'm gonna scrub through this since this is the part of the campaign where let me pull this down a little bit.
I think early on you got full halves of the show. I feel like.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm gonna scrub through to other parts of.
I mean,
this
things were not
particular-
going great for us in the other.
No, they were not.
God, I wish I was.
We were all sorts of like, well, she's gone. What do we do?
Now we can do this one.
Alright, so now I'm going to take the cast to when I talked to Yanmo for the first time and tried to convince him to come to our side.
Ooh.
I want to see that.
And this was such an exercise for me because, as you might imagine, I had to prep, like a DM would almost. Like prep what I was going to do because I needed to kind of steer the ship with Jeff. Not knowing what was coming, but trying to prepare what I could possibly think about any outcome that we could have here.
you'd just be like, I don't know, I just hang out.
And drop in this tray of food for retrieval later. And he marches you back through the short corridor back.
So I'll just say, what we missed is I get locked in a room. There's barely anything in it. There's an I believe the Ashen Mage has a copy of her spellbook in there, and it's like day after day after day of like not much happening. If I recall correctly.
Ashen Mage is just a chain smoker.
You said there was an ashtray. They call her the Ashen Mage because she smokes Chesterfields constantly.
That's all Yano has to do.
Time stop.
Clean out all the ashtrays. That's his only job.
She's a Marlboro man.
So Yano is like leading me. He's feeding me. Yeah. So now I'm like, okay, this is my chance to talk to him.
Back to your room, opens the door and kind of roughly by the arm pushes you inside.
Wait. Do you not remember us?
I remember you.
Do you not remember Ogo the Brave?
How do you know that?
I don't know if you'd believe me if I told you, but I know a lot about you. I knew your parents.
You're a liar.
I'm not. I knew your parents and I knew you as a young boy.
That's impossible. What are you? 19, 20 at the most? Do not try to bend my mind with your lies.
Magic works in incredible ways. There is much to me that you have not seen. There is much power within me that the Ashen Mage has not revealed to you. I know that you have a crustacean hammer with Ogo the Brave on it.
You see his eyes dart to his belt for a moment, and then he catches himself.
I know that you sank to the bottom of the sea with your mother.
How do you know this?
And I know about winger sticks. Do you remember winger sticks?
You see him get very agitated, and his eyes darting around, trying to put it all together, trying to make sense of what's happening. The Ashen Mage was summoned for you in the morning.
I don't know what you seek, but you have to remember a time when you were innocent, when you could do good, when there were people in your life who wanted to see you do good. What would your mother think? What would Bao Shai think?
Hold your tongue. Hold your tongue and
think
do
of
not
you,
speak her
Chomel?
name.
What would she think of you? What would your father think? You're good. You are good.
That voice. Your friend, the spellcaster's voice.
Yes.
He spoke to me in my head at the castle on the volcano. I've heard that voice in my head before.
Yes.
After we fought at my shrine to the persecutors. Bingle is safe again.
Why'd you call the shrine to the prosecutors?
Persecutors. Because I have been persecuted my entire life. By the powerful.
And now you seek revenge? Is that it?
Yes. And so much more.
And you're going to do it by killing people.
If I must.
Thousands of people.
If I must.
And what of your mother? Does she still lie at the bottom of the sea? You care not for her feelings? For what she sacrificed for you? For what your father sacrificed for you?
I sacrificed so I would lead again. Take my rightful place on the throne of the Shazengao.
There are other ways to do that. I understand. You've been running your whole life. But it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't.
You cannot trick me with your mind games.
It's not a mind game.
I heard it.
I'm telling the truth.
I heard that voice again. It beckoned me. It called me. It told me to go and seek the house of Uchalas, to find my people. And I did. And what I found was death and decay. A trap. But you could not destroy me. You and your friends. You and your friends could not.
We didn't know. We didn't know.
I used what I found there to grow stronger.
What did you find?
The weapons and techniques of my people. I am the last heir of the sea and the land. I am the leader, the undrowned. I am Yan Mo. And you and your friends will not trick me. He slams the door.
That hurt. That hurt.
Yeah, man, yeah.
That hurt so bad. Oh,
yeah,
man.
so I mean, it's kind of funny to watch this now because this is similar to the conversation that I think we imagined we might have with Yan Mo.
Yeah.
In the last episode
Yeah.
of the series.
Yeah.
But as you can see, I really thought going into this that I would make some headway, but I didn't really, you know? Like, there might have been
you
some
could argue that. I mean,
Yeah.
I think even saying I'll go the brave, even saying
Yeah.
that you seem to know, he may have been doubting you and not believing you in that moment, but I could definitely argue headway was made.
Yeah. He just wasn't verbally letting on to Fahima that anything.
That's
You definitely got to him.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. You made him think.
You
can
planted
see
the
him.
seeds.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
see him like, what? This is weird. It's not what I was told.
And I wanted to be more subtle with it and come in with a bit more like strategy, but I didn't know how much time I had at this
Right.
point. I didn't know that Jeff and I were going to be going for, I think, like 4 episodes. So I
Yeah.
was like, okay, this is my time. I just gotta,
Yeah.
go hard on trying to get Yan Mo on our side.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
So good. Such good work in this.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Yeah, that was
Fantastic work there.
Thank you.
But no, one of James's regrets certainly was
Yeah.
that last message to Yan Mo
Yeah.
in
Heartbreaking.
it sending him to Kingdon
Yeah.
and then discovering what Kingdon was.
Yeah.
And you're like, no.
Way!
And then we didn't get the chance, because we got basically bamfed out of there after we found the treasure.
Yep.
It was all over, and we didn't get the chance to go
Well,
back.
and that's it. Is there really wasn't any place we could send Yan Mo.
That was
There was no place. That was the only place we could think of, and that turned out to be death and decay, like he said. Yeah.
That was a bummer of an episode. That episode where it was after the Nameless Few fight, and we're like, he's still alive. He's down there. I can say something to him.
And
what am I supposed to say to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad.
So the next part that I want to show you is the first time she actually meets with the Ashen Mage after the split, and makes Fahima cast a spell. That she created.
Oh dear.
TJ Craig, welcome to the stream. We want to ruin your life better. So We definitely think it's worth the time.
It's what we're here to do. No. Okay.
Alright.
You arrive at a doorway, and Yanmo knocks twice and then opens the door. And inside is what looks like a very busy workspace. Tables covered with parchment and inkwells, shelves of books, rolled maps, and strange knickknacks. Everything in disarray. Evidence of a busy mind at work. Footlocker-sized chests like the one you found in the spell tower in Winkberg sit in the corners of the room. And a few display cases as well. At the back of the room, the opposite side from where you enter, you see the back of a woman in a long, dark robe with black at the top and gradient down to gray at the bottom. Dark, almost smoky tendrils rising from the bottom. This design on this beautiful robe. And you hear, as you enter this room and Yanmo steps back and closes the door behind him, so there's only two of you inside, you hear, "Good morning, Fahima. I trust you slept well."
Very well. Thank you for the fruit.
My pleasure. I am glad you are settling in. I did not want to have to persuade you here with threats. Truly. And she turns around and faces you. But I did not know any other way. You were distracted by your friends. Your judgment clouded.
Yes,
Your
and I see you
devotion.
have Zanelka here to remind me of this.
Yes. You care for her, do you not?
I did once.
Well, your devotion to your friends is admirable. But I must tell you, it is a weakness. You cannot see that now, of course, but in time you will. And I had to use that weakness, Fahima. I will not hesitate to use any advantage I can find to bolster our cause. Because ultimately, I want the ideas, not the threats, to win you over to our side. He is nothing.
He's not from the Orient Age?
No, no, child.
I don't know. I don't know what else is true.
Well, Fahima did. And we were getting close. Great minds like Ferdinand Urtenfurt were experimenting, learning, creating.
What was so dangerous about this knowledge, about this renaissance?
To have the urn.
Where did you get the urn?
I forged it. We forged it.
How?
By using our minds, Fahima. By picking up the breadcrumbs. Assembling all of the bits that they couldn't quite sweep under the rug. By figuring it out for you. Perhaps you remember seeing yourself at the top of his lodestar.
Yes. Why? You're not answering my question. Why did you need my blood? You were trying to create a copy of me with my blood? So you could use that instead of me?
Correct. I was like you as the archive of the Dwarven Fortress. Power to manipulate stone and loyalty.
I disagree. You want to hear it?
Yes.
I will not make the same mistake I made with Vic. Loyalty is a fickle beast.
Well, we both understand that I was taken here under some extraordinary circumstances, but I think that we can come to an agreement, and I hope to earn your trust. And I don't expect it will be easy, but I will prove myself.
Good.
And you did say you would tell me about where my dad is.
I said, I know how to find Conroy.
And the key.
A wish.
And perhaps I could show you one of my own.
Show me one of your own. All right. I would prefer nothing in this room catch fire.
Give me a day, and I'll prepare it.
How you may transcend pig into the trough, red splashing against the dull gold of the brass. It squirms a bit, but the Ashen Mage holds it fast. Finally, the creature expires, collapsing with a thud. The Ashen Mage looks at the trough, filled remarkably high with crimson blood.
We may have need of this later. For now, I just want you to look at this carcass.
She wipes the dagger and places it back on the table, and then grabs the book, her book. Yet another copy of the book that you found in the spell tower, the one in Vargan's hand, and again in your quarters here. She opens to a specific page and holds it out to you.
You should be able to understand quite a bit more of what this says than you did the last time you looked at it. You've been practicing using necromancy, understanding blood magic, learning. That is what we are all about here, Fahima. Understanding knowledge, learning, experimenting. Read the words aloud. Touch the arcane weave. Cast the spell, Fahima. Maintain your concentration.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
Roll me an Arcana check. You have advantage from an old brownie.
Thank you, Mark Brownie. Ooh. 17. 15.
For a split second, everything is dark. Then you open your eyes. You didn't realize you'd closed them. You seem to be on the floor. And you look up at yourself. There you are, quite large, and staring blankly as if in a trance. You struggle to stand up, and you realize that you are on all fours, very short. You are inside the dead pig.
What?
You are looking out on the world through its eyes, controlling its dead body.
Oh my god.
The Ashen Mage looks down at you, large from your perspective. You look up.
Very good, Fahima. I wasn't sure you'd be able to cast it on your first try. It bodes well for the journey we are about to take together.
You realize that you have cast a spell.
Now the tricky part. Return to your body.
Straight out of a horror movie.
Yeah, the tricky part there is that we're a family show. That's the tricky part.
Yeah, so that was when Jeff when the Ashen Mage taught Fahima inhabit dead creature, and so we saw like a pig type humanoid later,
Right.
and Fahima freaked out.
There was the goat people and the pig people.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Ugh.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the beginning of
Well, there's also
the
the
darkness.
Hamlet.
And Hamlet.
No way,
The
bro.
flying pig.
No way.
Yeah. So in the next episode, Fahima goes back, and what we just saw her say, I want to show you a spell. So I had a whole week to think about what I was going to show the Ashen Mage. And I think I told you guys what.
A whole week to show what I was.
I think I told you guys that I cast Spare on her and took her blood.
Okay.
So that's that moment.
Got it.
I don't know if we want to watch that or not, but I have that pulled up. But I just wanted to show you because I wanted to show you how it was.
That's a good question.
Do you think you could have taken over the giant corpse in the void in episode 1 for the corpse of Onivrius, the Omnipotent?
The plan was eventually for Fahima to level up and be able to inhabit humanoids and inhabit other types of creatures.
Right.
But as it stands, she could only inhabit beasts, fiends, and another type of creature that I can't remember.
Wasn't the giant chicken?
The giant
monster?
chicken. That was the only time we saw her cast it.
Right, but that's an
abomination, I think.
Right? Or
Yeah,
abomination.
I think it was. I forgot what it was.
It wasn't a beast. I
No,
know that.
No, it definitely
there's
wasn't a beast.
multiple types that I could inhabit, and that was one
Yes.
of them.
That humanoids weren't.
Yeah.
Woof.
Yeah. So
Gods weren't one of them.
Yeah.
Giant gods were not
So
one of
you
them.
polymorph the god into a pig, and then you
Become a
and then you
dead
turn
warden.
into the pig.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's just.
This is the shattering. We gotta. Yeah. Whoops. Oh
How do I
shoot.
get out of this?
Oh shoot.
Not as easy to control from the floor down here.
You want to jump forward. You don't want to jump back. Oh, there we go. Water
Yeah,
range.
it's
69.
in opposite order.
Yeah, I gotta fix that.
Yeah, so 110.25 is where the flirtation begins.
Oh well.
Where the flirtation begins.
I don't know.
I think it started before. Just saying.
Look at your eyes, Jessica. Wow.
You got some.
Webcam.
You got some Elizabeth Taylor.
I said yesterday that I would.
I think we're only.
Zoe
I think
de
we're-
Chanel.
Yes,
Are you still interested in seeing it?
I am. Is this a spell you have created?
It is. Now, I know that I have to earn your trust. But I'm wondering if you might trust me with this one. I'll need your...
Her eyes, you see her eyes narrow. She's scanning you and looking at you. She's actually gonna roll an insight check. She rolled very, very well on her insight check. The 19.
I mean, I can tell you my true intent, Fahima's true intention, which is, I am being honest. I really want her to trust me.
All right. She looks at you, her eyes narrow, and she scans you.
This isn't a game.
Yeah. Yes, trust is a two-way street.
I'm going to need your hand and your dagger.
Fahima, I hope you understand that I am still far more powerful than you.
I do. And I understand that if I hurt you in any way, I will suffer the consequences. But I don't think this will hurt much.
All right.
She holds her hand out and plucks that same long silvery dagger that you saw her slaughter the pig with yesterday. And she hands it over to you, holds her hand out.
Are you going to take my blood?
With your permission. And Fahima will take the dagger if the Ashen Mage will hand it to her and cut her own palm.
Fahima cuts her own palm?
Yes.
Awesome.
And now yours?
And as you bring the dagger down close to her hand and you attempt to cut her hand, immediately the dagger stops in midair. Proceed. And then you're able to move it, and and you cut her skin, piercing this hand. As her hand comes out of her robe, you see there are markings and sort of designs up and down her arm that have been fairly concealed inside the cloak. But as she holds her hand out to you, you can see them. Her skin very almost pewter in color, very gray, very dark gray. But there are these even darker, almost black designs on her hand, on her arm.
Like tattoos?
Yeah. Yes. And you pierce the dagger into her palm, and some blood starts to trickle out from the wound. She closes her eyes. Now,
if I may.
Yes.
And Fahima will touch her hand with the non-cut hand, cast Spare, and squeeze the Ashen Mage's blood onto Fahima's palm.
And you use her blood to heal you? Is that the idea?
Yes.
Yeah. And you're standing there, and the wound on your hand closes and mends itself. Admirable. You used my blood. I'll be honest with you. There was a disagreement about how we should proceed. Vardinald was quite adamant.
So I can't find it, but the part that I was trying to get to is there's like a little mini monologue that Fahima does where she's like, there's something powerful, isn't there, about the space between blood and something else, and la 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 la, you know, like kind of like trying to draw her in. I don't remember if it was, I think it was after this, but that's the gist of it.
Did it work? Did your tactics on the Ashen Mage work, do you think?
I think so, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
well, until we get to the part, I forget what makes her, I mean, we'll get there, but there's something that makes her lose. Oh, it's the so she tries to contact Conroy with Whispering Sands, and Fahima drops it, keeps dropping it, because she doesn't want the Ashen Mage to be able to contact Conroy.
Yeah.
And so the Ashen Mage gets really pissed at Fahima, and then I have the clip pulled up too of where she goes, "Okay, you have to kill Zanelka now," and that was a whole moment.
Wow.
Whoa.
And you refused, obviously.
Because you weren't doing Whispering Sands, she said, "You're disobeying me, therefore you have to go kill Zanelka."
She wanted me to prove my loyalty to her because I kept being like, I'm just so nervous, I can't, like I can't do the spell, and she was like, B, I can see right through you. You need to prove your loyalty. So that's kind of what instigated the rest of that. So it did work up to a point. I mean, I can't believe the Ashen Mage allowed her to do this. I think it was, I think part of it was Jeff was like, this is cool. Yeah, you're gonna try and cut the big bad? Sure.
No, I think it's that, but I also think that he's role-playing out the fact that the Ashen Mage can see you starting to turn.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the whole, like Sith and the dark side of the Force and what have you. You're gonna let Luke get as close as possible, and then hopefully turn him before he
get your friends.
Yeah, there has to be some kind of like, you're safe here. Everything is safe.
But also,
here.
the Ashen Mage is so powerful. You doing anything like that, I don't think she's not scared of you. Either.
Right.
You're not.
What am I gonna do with the dagger?
Yeah. She's not worried that all of a sudden she's gonna lose control when you do something.
Which is what that whole stopping the dagger before you cut her on purpose was for.
Yeah.
Right.
She trusted you, but she wanted you to know
that she
could stop you from doing whatever you want.
Oh, for sure.
She's in control.
Right.
Yeah.
So I know we have a lot to go through, so I'll go quickly through. The next episode is where she tells me to kill Zanelka, and then we'll kind of just.
This was our Halloween episode for
Yeah.
our second Halloween episode, which was a real bummer of an episode.
Was it?
I cried harder during this episode than I had in any episode of the Dungeon Run. Yes. That maybe says more about me than it does about the episode.
It's also known as Jessica's Yennefer cosplay.
Yes, that too. That too. Look at Jeff. Oh my God.
The boys were
Yennefer Vanderbilt.
Yeah, no, things because we just had a nasty demon fight on the other side of this. And and then Ugo and James got into another argument when James really didn't want to get into an argument, and it was feeling like the party was literally breaking apart, and James was crumbling, to be honest.
We all were.
We all were.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So the moment I'm about to show you is, her saying you have to prove your loyalty kills Anelka, and then I'll scrub through to, I'll kind of like talk over it a little bit and walk you through what happens up to her escape from the Ashen Mage's lair.
Great.
I have been stung. I have been stung with the pain of disloyalty. The Vix situation is, and I cannot afford any more disloyalty. Do you understand me?
I understand.
Good. I need you to be loyal, Fahima. I need to be sure. Everyone here has sacrificed something to be here, to be part of this. Jan Mo, Fardinald, and most of all, me. I thought you had sacrificed. I thought you had given up your team, your friends. But you can see it, the same thickness that you've turned to the last 3 nights in a row. The werewolf is pulled into the room, snarling and defiant. She's full wolf at this point. Read the spell, Fahima, and cast it on the werewolf.
What will it do? What will it do?
Arcana check, please. You have advantage from Don't Hate Fahima.
Oh my God.
Natural 20. At once, the spell becomes clear in your mind. You see it. You look at page 31. Your senses heightened, looking at Zanalka snarling and growling there, being held restrained like a dog. You realize that this spell, Blood Sacrifice, allows you to sacrifice your own life force, taking necrotic damage equal to 4 times your level. This damage cannot be reduced or negated in any way. As a result, you are able to cast another spell on the same turn as this spell, and that second spell automatically deals maximum damage. I know you were signaling Conroy, hiding the information we need. I know you betrayed me. I didn't want it to come to this, Fahima. I gave you every opportunity. Cast the spell. Show me your loyalty, Fahima. I see Yanmo standing there, holding the silver chain, pulling it against the neck of Zanalka. The werewolf is dangerous, Fahima. You know it. She is confused, unstable. Use your magic. Put her out of her misery. We have tried to stamp out her bloodlust, her thirst. We tried. Look at her. Even now, she would leap at my throat. She would rend and she would tear. Use your fire, Fahima. Burn her. Fueled by the blood sacrifice, it will be quick, painless. It is an act of mercy, Fahima. Burn her. Do it.
No. I can't. She wants to stay here. She's been convincing me to stay here. She wants to see me study, to see me grow with you. She's an ally to us.
We have all sacrificed a thing we love, Fahima. Fahima, it is your turn to prove your loyalty. Do what Vic could not. Understand that your feelings are nothing compared to our cause. Use your life to destroy this one and align yourself with us once and for all. Do it. Cast the spell, Fahima. Cast the spell, then burn her.
What if I hurt myself? What if I kill myself in the process? I haven't mastered it.
I will protect you. My life is in your hands as always. You must trust me. Your loyalty is all. We cannot continue our work here if there is any doubt of it, Fahima. Cast the spell. Cast the spell, Fahima. Do it.
What happens if I don't?
I don't want to have to kill you, Fahima. I don't want to have to use your blood to try again and again and again to make you anew. I want you to join us. It will all be for naught. Your last chance, Fahima. Do it. Or do not.
Please. The only thing that keeps me going is my love for monsters, my love for creatures. I won't have a reason to go on if I do this.
And
It goes
that is
against the
why
core of
you
my being.
must. That is why you must. You must unbe everything you brought here, so you can be one of us truly. There can be no vestige of the old Fahima. I must have your loyalty 100%. If that is not possible, then you will not be one of us.
Send me back.
Pulls the silver dagger that you've seen her use and walks over to the throat of this werewolf, pulls back her neck.
No, stop.
The tip of the dagger pressed against the neck of the werewolf. She tosses the dagger to the ground.
Take them back to their chambers.
And Yanmo grabs you by the arm and pulls you out and pushes you.
That was kind of intense.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So, basically I don't do it, and she puts us back into our rooms.
She was bluffing. She needed you.
I don't know, man. I think
in that moment, if not, she got to kill her.
No, I understand your point, but I think there's also an argument to be said to where you want to work her down.
Right.
And so the next time you pull her in front, you go, okay, this time it's worse, and that's when you hack off Zanalka's arm, or you
Slowly
burn her, or
start
whatever.
Is this what we're going to be expecting from you all?
I
would have cut off her arm.
I'm just saying the if you think about it in like classic manipulation mindset,
absolutely.
That was
Classic
the first
manipulation mindset for all of you out there who didn't hear it.
That was the first stage. That's
Yeah.
the Ashen Mage going, I have complete control of the situation. You say you want to be loyal to me. Prove it. No? Okay, this is my threat of what I'm going to do if you don't swap.
Woof.
And then stage 2 is taking it one step further until you eventually.
I'm terrified of you.
I know, right?
Well,
I mean, it's just classic villain stuff.
Just
It's just
don't
classic
get
villain
captured
stuff.
by their villain.
Yeah, don't get captured by a villain whose MO is manipulation, because that's where torture comes in for sure.
That was bad.
That was bad.
Throughout these episodes, I had what I had started to prepare was trying to convince the Ashen Mage that I was on her side, because I was trying to strategize for us, basically, I'm the man on the inside.
But she called your bluff.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bluff, and
cool. Start killing your friends.
I did consider killing her.
Sure. Yeah.
Because
Greater good and all.
yeah, but in the end, I mean, kind of what I said there, I was like, this is the core of who she is. I mean, she's not Fahima if she does this, but Jeff had said later that it would have been, he had a whole plan if I did kill Zanelka, and he and I had chatted about after
the greater good,
after episode 111 or 112, about how different that sacrifice would have looked if Fahima had killed Zanelka, because I would have kept that a secret from you all.
Yeah.
You never would have known Zanelka was gone. I would have been like, yeah, she mage killed her, or she escaped, and you never would have known. And then it would have been so cool to have that disintegrate moment be a moment of redemption.
Yeah.
You know, like, I killed somebody else last time with this spell. This time, it's gonna be me.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool to look at.
It also
what
shows
the alternate universe would
that
have been.
Fahima was the purest of all of us in the end, because you never turned.
Right.
You never killed anyone that you were told to force to kill.
Right.
Well,
There were some times where we had
did,
some.
really.
Yeah. Well, but there, it wasn't necessarily clear when all that was going down. There was a lot of secrecy, and you weren't sharing necessarily all the time. And then you started to share, and it was like your sharing was, oh no, I was tempted for sure. I mean, of course.
Yeah.
And that part was like when it was really. Now to see this, it just shows that in the face of all of us, in the face of the like she gave you the easiest route and you didn't take it.
I'm curious what you all would have done
Oh,
if you were in Fahima's
Zanelka been
situation.
dead.
Really?
Easily.
Really? Wow.
Easily.
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
Well, who is what can you equate? Each of you has to think of who is Zanelka to your character, because
Right.
that might have
Exactly.
been like a maybe not a human mama, because that's a Conroy,
No.
but
Woof.
who's like maybe like Lily? No, not
No.
quite.
Mm-mm.
She's more like family.
That would be
lover?
more of you guys are if Ugo is in that position.
Right.
You guys are all alone. Ugo's not smart enough to outthink her. So he's got to at least make it very clear that he's willing to do what she's asking, so that loyalty bit becomes a thing. But that's what you and I were talking about when it was muted, which is like, you hand me that dagger, and I'm going to hold your hand, and that dagger, Ugo's go throat, right? But that wouldn't have worked for Ugo, because she shows you, I can stop you from that moment.
Yeah.
So that's where it was like, in this case, you probably were the best of all of us to be in this situation in terms of choices.
Right.
But Ugo didn't realize that until after you came back.
I'm curious what Lily would have done.
Yeah.
Because Lily hasn't really been put in many situations where she's had to make a huge choice that's going to cost someone else their life, other than Jan Mo, obviously. That was your big, like, I'm in control of somebody else's destiny. So what do you think you would have done in this
I don't think I would
situation?
have killed. I don't think I would have killed Zanelka.
Okay.
No, I don't think Lily would have. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what the equivalent would be.
Yeah.
To
Reed?
Yeah, I don't think I
No.
would have killed Reed.
None of your sisters certainly, or anything like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
I mean, Reed is kind of the best
Right.
juxtaposition of that, because it's like someone you know, but a newer relationship. Zanelka's a newer relationship, right? Because
Yeah.
you've only known Zanelka for a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think Lily would have killed someone.
I
in
still
that
think that
position.
this is still phase one, and if Ashen Mage had you for longer, she would have upped the ante.
Mm.
And
Oh,
there's a
for
bunch
sure.
of there's
I
a
think
bunch
that
of
would
things that she
happen
could
if
have
you
done.
were-
She could have said, "I'm gonna hurt you, not kill you, but I'm gonna hurt you if you don't kill Zanelka."
Right.
Or I'm gonna kill your dad if you don't kill Zanelka.
I'm going to go
Like,
after your friends if you
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
kill them.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you got through this and did the right thing, but I definitely think that there's even higher stakes that could have happened.
Well, and the juxtaposition of what's going on with us while that's going down is really cool too.
It is. I mean, yeah, because we had
we
this
were a
had
hot
happened.
mess.
Yeah,
we were a hot mess.
We were a hot mess.
Because we'd had we were brought back for the Winkberg party, right? Which did not go well. Like, it did not go well as a party. And there was definitely inner tension amongst the four of us after that. And then we came back to this, and yeah, got into a massive fight with each other, as well as a fight, with weird hand demons. But yeah. And then you and I had the dream spell the next episode, which was wonderful, but you'd already escaped by that point.
Yeah.
So which will lead us into our next thing. This is quicker, but if you jump to episode 72...
Well,
so,
the escape is in this one.
Right.
In 70.
70. So we gotta get to the
Okay, yes, you want to do that? Okay, great.
Yeah, well, if it's chronological.
Yeah, okay. Let's keep moving. Let's move fast though. 'Cause
Yeah, so
we got a bit more to do, so we got.
So basically, what happens to skip through this is immediately after what we just saw, Fahima goes to Zanelka and she's like, "Oh my god, I could never have done that. I'm so sorry that you even thought that I would do that to you." And then Fahima decides, she's like, I gotta escape tonight. I don't know how. And so she sneaks around. She's not locked in because the Ashy Mage is like, I'm so powerful, I don't even need to lock you in.
Right.
Again, more manipulation.
Yeah, and
Lording my power.
Fahima turns herself into water using the Ashen Mage's spell that was taught to her. Sloshes around the Ashen Mage's lair, turns Zanelka into a spider so that she can get out of her cage.
Okay, nice.
And then finds the Ashen Mage's teleportation circle that she came through, but it's in complete blackness and she can't see it. So what she does is, I might just be explaining the entire secret room, but which is fine because we have to get through things. But she takes a piece of paper and scratches the symbols on the outside of the teleportation circle, and then arranges them and learns them so that she can get through the end. Here.
Awesome.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, let's
Almost
see
like
where this pops
someone
us in.
dropping water from a big height. You just, and now you're water, and you step forward slowly, sloshing, moving through the doorway, the cracks and crevices around corners, and through your face, moving into water.
A spider.
Okay.
There we go. There's
And you
a
do.
spider.
You reach through the bars and you touch circle, swirling around you, Meep holding onto you tight, nuzzling her beak into you. The spider on your hand, moving, vibrating with fear and not knowing where you're
Spider
going
and
to
a
go.
bird.
You step into the void. As the door opens and Yanmo, wah! And the first thing you notice is the smell. But that's where we're gonna end tonight.
Yeah, so I basically explained to you guys everything that happened.
And that's when
for
you ended up
reference
at the original
sake.
Lodestar.
At the Lodestar, yeah.
Right.
And Yanmo was with a hodgepodge version of Fahima. That's what we also
Ew.
missed,
Oh yeah,
so.
the clone Fahima.
Yeah.
Yes, gross. Awesome. Well, so then once the next episode, once we found out you had escaped, that set us on a course to try to. We found out there was a secret train under the Nelrim Mountains, and on that train,
There was a slug.
Go to 406:45 or
Okay.
72 actually, not episode 73.
Oh.
I haven't
So-
watched this since this happened.
I watched a part of it
Wait,
earlier
what'd you
today.
say? 406?
406,
Oh my God,
45.
the very end of the episode.
This fight was going terribly. James had already been swallowed. Oh, wait, no, do I not have? Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Take this back. It's 251:15. I apologize. 251:15.
Okay.
I've got that's my next. That's the next time code. There we go. A little bit, yeah. So the map room. This map room mini
Oh, yeah.
was
This
the
map room was
grossest
insane.
thing. James had already been swallowed and spit out, and nothing was working. We tried to banish it. It had a legendary resistance. You were doing solid damage on it, but like nothing else was working.
Wow, that's such a cool.
It was
Yeah,
gross.
we're inside of a train car.
The train was moving, which
I was
was
just
moving.
explaining to her like it doesn't look like we're inside of a train car, but we're inside of a train car in this, and the slug
Oh,
is
I
in
see.
there.
I
Yeah.
see.
But
the slug
was
the
literally
train?
the slug was literally the size of the train.
And it was
train.
eating the train,
Yeah.
basically coming
But
towards us.
they took the top of the train car off so you could see the fight. But-
It was going very poorly until this moment.
All right, let's go.
Muted.
Oh.
Civ makes a joke about Lily's tongue.
Jeff, do we have in our rations? What would you say our rations are?
Probably jerky and dried meat, some tufts of bread, and root vegetables, that kind of thing.
Would it be crazy that Lily has some salt?
Yes. It would not be crazy. It would not be
I
crazy.
feel like she would have some. Okay, so Lily is, while this is happening, she's opened up the canister of water
Yep.
and she's poured all the salt that she has in there and probably like crushed some jerky, anything salty. She's stuffed it into
All
this
right.
decanter of water, and then she's gonna geyser at the slug with
I love
salty
it.
water.
All right.
Nice.
Okay.
Well done.
You're not going to believe this, but this creature has a quality called salt vulnerability. I'm not joking.
I think you can actually decide fresh or salt water when you use the decanter too.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And salt water.
Yes.
Yeah.
You just
Lily
made it
would've-
extra salty.
Katie didn't remember that. Lily would have
So
remembered
here's
that.
the problem, though, is the salt vulnerability is 1d6 per pound of salt, and the geyser is in gallons. So I don't have any idea.
All right, how much? All right,
do that math.
how much does? All right, I'm gonna Google it.
Here comes the Googling.
How much does a
comes the
gallon of
Googling.
water weigh? Yes, that is okay. 8.34 pounds.
And how many gallons
that's
does the geyser do?
240 pounds.
That's hilarious.
Because it gets 30 gallons when she says geyser. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. 30 gallons.
Times 8, 200. Yeah, 240 pounds of salt water.
Of salt in water.
And salt water. There's some jerky in there for
roll
good
me
measure.
240 d6.
Can we just say it's dead?
How about we just roll
No.
a d6? Roll a d6 and then times it by 240.
Yeah, there's got to be like an online dice roller that can do 240 d6.
Okay, let me see.
It'll take a second.
I want to know that number.
I can find one. Wait, what is it?
It is worth it.
I've got
to
one in
know
my
that
phone.
number.
Hang on a second.
Highest damage ever in this show is about to happen.
Wait. Okay,
Online-
dice calculator.
I want to roll it.
Yeah.
please.
Let Lily roll
240 d6s? How you could be here forever?
How do I do it?
She wants to do it digitally. is what she's saying.
Yeah, do it. Find it. There's got to be an online dice roller that lets you just put in
831 points of damage.
Okay, we just have James do it. We already
Yes,
did it.
James is doing
Read
it.
it!
James already did it. You took
He
my
wants-
thunder.
He
I'm
wants
so sorry,
revenge.
Lily.
Dollar thunder, dude.
I'm so
It's
sorry.
fine.
It's all right.
I
I
have-
stole Jeff's earlier, so it's all right.
I mean, you
No,
can
it's
roll.
right.
You can roll 240 d6 if
No,
you
you
want.
already did it. No, I was gonna do it on an online dice roller.
Do it
I'm
again.
very
Maybe your
sorry.
number will be different.
Yeah,
No,
please.
no. It's fine. It's fine.
All right. It doesn't. Honestly, what
All
happens
done. That's
is
an insane amount of.
Lily decides it's salt water. Says geyser on the back. I did not see this coming at all. That's hilarious. Holds on for dear life as this on the gripping the saddle with her knees, holding on for dear life as this water erupts from the back. Uggo, over the top of your head, you feel this rush of water, and you kind of stagger back to the amount of it just shooting out like holding onto a fire hose, just completely drenching this thing, and you see it start to sizzle and burn, and it starts to scream and move back and forth, and you see it actually.
There it goes. There it goes.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good. So good. This slug completely dies, and you see. Look at the water shooting out. It's so great.
Yeah.
You see steam coming off of it as it burns. It burns. It burns. This thing, this acid, enormous, gargantuan acid slug. You see it start to melt and foam as the salt water covers it. That is not how I thought this fight would end. But you see this thing sort of caught between the two rail cars. It is drenched. It is dead. Oh, I love
I
it.
imagine it's much like Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, where that guy's face just disintegrates from skin into dust. Yeah. Oh,
I mean, I hate to admit it because it sounds sort of cruel, but when I was a kid, I put salt on the underside of a snail, and you see it foam up, and that's what you're witnessing is this like foaming and disintegration of this enormous thing.
All right.
Holding it down, drenching it as it continues to
Congratulations to Lily for
Lily
the
still
record of the
stands.
most damage done on all of the episodes.
I think so. I think I took the record of biggest hit in that one when I got one-shotted in that episode 100 fight or episode 99
When
fight.
you got hit.
when the Screech Demon hit me with that 72 points of damage in a single shot, and I was like, well, I'm out. I've only got 68 points of damage. That's a problem.
And you were the force of good, didn't you? Do like
When
200 something
the
points
first,
of damage?
It was on Vargan, right? Was it on Vargan?
Yeah. The bargain fight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
I took
like
a huge
had all the
amount of
dice
damage.
on the table.
Right.
And then I had that in my back pocket. I'll take no damage.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why he was like, I don't know if you want to do that. I'm like, that's what you think.
I got
I finally got to see the slug moment.
Yeah.
I know, and that's, people pointing out, yes, the math was probably pretty murky, but still, regardless, a brilliant decision.
If it's going to do hundreds of points of damage,
Right.
let's just call it.
Even if it's a quarter of that or 10% of that, it probably would have been enough to kill it at that
Well,
point.
and someone did mention that there's only so much salt that you can dissolve into water.
It's true.
So, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's also a magical item. That's
Yeah, of
phrased
course.
Like
That could easily have more salt in water than normal science would allow.
Crank the dial up to 11 on the salt content. So there's chunks of
You know
salt
what? This is
coming
all
out.
salt now.
Yes.
We're just gonna sandblast you with salt.
None of the scientists in Discord explained how the decanter of endless water works.
Yeah,
So
really.
until you can do that, we can do
Well, it's
whatever
the same
math we
thing with
want.
like falling damage, where people want to be like, well, but gravity, and you're like,
Four-
yeah, but there's still
45.
terminal velocity, and we could do all this all day long. if we
But
wanted.
even that's a real
Yeah.
thing. This is not even a real thing.
This is not a real thing. Well said. So what's next is Jeff's second solo secret room.
The Christmas
I know, which is
holiday
again our second holiday episode. So let's dive on into that. For episode 76, The Bisected City. We had just gotten Olsvach.
All right, let's go.
And I hope you are all along for the ride. We'll see you in a couple of weeks in 2021. Until then, humankind. Wait a second. Last year, the end of the year show.
Don't you?
I had a special surprise at the end, right?
Don't
we didn't end the year without a special surprise, right? So last year, if you recall, at the end of the year, we had a special secret room. It wasn't for anybody in the cast. It was for just the audience. Well, this year, we're going to do another special secret room. And it's not for anybody in the cast.
I thought you were going to switch it
And
this
it's
year.
not just for the audience. It's a special secret room with someone that has never had a secret room before. This year, we end 2020 with a secret room for Lord Ereban.
Holy crap!
Lord Ereban, will you please join me in the secret room, please?
I can't believe I don't get to watch this.
Does he know? Does he even know?
I can't believe this.
He's gonna get it.
Hello, Lord Ereban. Welcome to your secret room.
Hello, Jeffrey.
You know why I called you into the secret room?
I believe I do, yes.
The Heroes of Bingle are searching for you.
They want me to reveal my secrets. The secret.
Yeah, I think they do. But for now, you sit, Lord Ereban, in your lair, far from where the Heroes of Bingle are at this very moment. At your feet scurry numerous smaller creatures. Spindly, claw-footed legs sprouting from the sides of moist, glistening brains. Intellect devourers. Your intellect devourers. Padding about in the dimly lit confines, awaiting your command.
I stand up and move towards the exit.
Okay, you rise from your throne and move down the long corridor, passing trophies and trappings from long ago. Containers and baubles holding secrets. Mysteries long forgotten, hinting at tales as yet untold. Glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure.
Milo! Open
The gates! The huge gate in front of you creaks to life, rumbling open. The intellect devourers flit about, excited. You move through the opening and out into the larger chamber. It is huge, wide open.
I wait.
Standing there, motionless, you wait. Time passes. You fiddle absently with a couple of polyhedral shapes that you carry around in the palm of your hand. The tentacles on your chin start to feel a bit dry in this wide open space. Then, finally, a huge cracking sound, like the tearing of something distant and near all at once, destroys the silence. There is a flash of white in your vision, and you blink twice. And there, in an instant, before you in this wide open space, is an incredibly huge dragon. Massive, cragged, ancient.
Hello, No Nezeron.
Araban.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
I do not wish to die.
But you did. It has already happened.
I have come here to find out how and why.
Oh, well, that is a secret.
It was not easy for me to get here, Secret Keeper.
Well, I'm sorry you wasted your trip.
The Sun Dragon will have her revenge.
Perhaps. Yes.
If I am dead, who will stand in the way of the gods?
That is no longer your concern. As you can see, we are still here.
Araban. We both know the danger is real and will get worse. Even if my death holds the evil at bay, it is only a matter of time before the shackles of the void are broken. I have traveled forward. I have seen it.
But how many inflection points remain between now and then? How many choices? How many decisions? We've made it this far. As you say, there are many possible futures, many lines of time. The only futures you have glimpsed are those in which the Heroes of Bingle fail. I remain confident that they will not.
These Heroes of Bingle are connected.
They are everything.
The Watchers have chosen them.
They have.
They are untested.
Then test them. You have the power to do so, even from your own time. I cannot stop you.
I shall pluck them from their timeline and show them the power and calamity of their decisions. And the Watchers will be forced to witness my test of their mettle. When faced with the notion of their own unbeing, perhaps these Heroes of Bingle will show their true colors. Perhaps even the Watchers will be shaken.
Or you may be persuaded yourself. You may find that they inspire even you.
Oh, you have been inspired, Mind Flayer?
These heroes, are special indeed.
You intend to tell them your secrets?
I do not intend to make it easy.
The daughter of the wish?
Araban nods.
You. Will you tell them your history? Your secrets?
Only if they ask.
You know the warlock serves Shothragot. Its tendrils ensorcel him.
I remain optimistic that he will make the right decisions.
Like you did. Remember, I have seen the other lines of time.
Yet here we are. From where I'm standing, only one of us is dead.
How is it that even I do not see the whole picture?
Because for all of your mastery of time, you are still just the beginning of the story. Even with your ability to leap here beyond your own lifespan, you cannot see that as the most powerful dragon to ever exist, you are still just the catalyst, not the conclusion. You concern yourself with Onivrius the Keen, and rightly so. But we must reckon with what it took to stop him.
Then stay here and wait. Wait for these Heroes of Bingle to find you. I am not so patient. Time waits for no one. I will find out. I will see the grander design. I will test them.
And with a thunderous crack, Nonezaron is gone.
Silly dragon, you already have.
You walk back in through the huge open gate, down the stairs and back into the darkness, back down the long corridor lined with artifacts. You make your way to a shelf with a small, plain-looking bowl resting on it. You steel yourself, reach out your hands, and grab it. The pain is immediate and excruciating. It surges up your arm and into your mind. You hear yourself screaming, but force yourself to peer into the bowl. The throbbing, pulsating torment sears through your mind. But you look. In the bottom of the bowl, you see a familiar symbol. A crescent shape with a circle inside it, leaned over, flattened slightly. A dark, black line slashing through it. The agony surges. You're barely able to maintain your hold on it, barely able to keep your eyes open. Your face tentacles whip about wildly, but holding your concentration there, you stare at the liquid in the bowl until, at last, it changes color, turns murky, and you see what you wish to see. Blackness. Darkness. A swirling darkness on darkness. Vivid and terrible. You hold on with everything you have, enduring the pain, to see, to observe, knowing that the darkness is unaware it is being watched. Then the view pushes past this roiling, inky blackness into a wider place. Your view, along the surface of the liquid of the bowl, is moving slowly through a bleak and unsettling nowhere. Your hands shake from the pain, but somehow the fluid is calm, at rest, a grim and unmoving void. Then you see her. A form, a shadow, a woman. She turns and looks back at you. You see into the empty vessel where her face should be. A connection. That is all you're capable of. It takes everything, but you know It was worth it. But you're not done. You push this away and the liquid changes again, gets cloudy, gray. Then another image comes into view. Two faces, weak and barely conscious, bruised and undernourished, barely clinging to life. One a male, silver-haired and old, wise but afraid. The other a female with drab, bluish-gray skin, a bald head and pointed ears. Their visages hover there on the surface of the water. You stave off your own screams of agony, holding back the anguish in your own body until you are able to speak.
Hold on. Just a while longer. The heroes of Bingle are coming. Help is on the way.
Your words have gotten through. You see recognition on the two faces, understanding, and the faintest glimmer of hope.
Jeffrey.
That completes your secret room, Lord Araban.
Ah!
And that's our last show of 2020.
Wow.
Dang.
That was like all deep cuts. I mean, most of that stuff didn't pay off again for a while.
Yeah.
30 plus
That's
episodes.
the Jeff cannot away.
I know, seriously. Wow. The Mirasis in the Void was a big clue. Was a big clue for you guys anyway, not for us. We didn't get to see it. But yeah, that's amazing.
Wow.
So I'm just curious, people in chat, how many of you actually put two and two together that Mirasis was in the Void? Or that Mirasis, the Warden, was going to be the Void Warden? How many of you put that together? Not me. We kind of knew at that point. Nope. So most of you found out more or less when we found out? Is that, is that the case?
2 plus 2 did not equal 4 to me. No, I think it was I think it was because it was still cloudy enough, still dark enough that people couldn't quite understand.
Yeah.
But wow.
Yeah.
A couple people got it.
Yeah, for sure. Man. Yeah, that's a big one. Some big clues in there for sure.
Great voice acting by Zand.
I know, yay, Zand. Okay, well we've got a couple more. It's getting late.
Yes.
I know that felt like an end of the night, but
That did.
I know. Okay, so let's jump to. We're gonna jump past episode 81, which is the split party stuff.
Yeah.
So let's go to Jeff's third solo, which is episode 104.
Alright. Oh man, I'm not
Yet
gonna get
another-
to see your confrontation with the Ashen Mage.
I'll tell you where to go. I'll give you
I
the
gotta
time
see
code.
that.
It's pretty funny and terrifying.
Yeah, it's also long.
It's also
Yeah, that's the same thing with the Ashen Mage's lair in the
Jeff-
same episode. It's like so long.
Jeff was in such a panic. He was constantly going, I need to go back and see what Behemoth's doing, because he's like, I need to figure out how not to kill you all.
Yeah, so I guess we'll have to go and watch that episode on our own. Yeah.
3:35.
All right.
3:35:15.
3:35:15.
Ooh.
This is Jeff's. He said this is his last.
This
secret
is
room?
his last secret room, his last solo secret room. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Very fun style submitted by patrons. But before we do that,
it's the end of the year. I wondered.
There is one more tradition for the final show of the year.
Yep.
And that is a secret room not for any of the cast.
Yep.
It is a secret room just for you, the watchers. So I'm going to ask all of the cast to remove their headphones, and we will be back to read out the end credits at the end of the show. But this secret room is just for you, watchers. So please join me in the secret room. Sean, please let me know when we're there. Watchers. Once again, your window into the world of Ein, the amulet, reveals a vision into a different place. Everything goes dark, quiet. The moment hangs there, thick, murky. You have the feeling that you are underground and moving through dirt and rock. The darkness you are in has texture. Your vision seems to be searching for something, but all is dark. And then suddenly, there is light, flickering, dim torchlight. You've moved into a tunnel, a hole in the sediment, a corridor lined with torches. It looks vaguely familiar to you, a place you've seen before. Dank, dark. There is sound. The sound of voices reverberating through this tunnel. It's hard to make them out, but your perception is still moving, pushing closer to the source of this sound. You can make out more voices now, other sounds. The harsh clang of metal on metal, rhythmic, slamming, banging, forging. As your vision passes through this carved tunnel dug in the earth, the confines abruptly open up to a large underground chamber full of people, voices, activity. Dozens and dozens of them, each with gray skin, white hair, silvery eyes. They work, toiling, readying themselves, bringing hammers down, striking, building, assembling weapons. Hot underground fires glow red, turning thick metal ingots into pliable molten steel, into blades and cudgels, helms and shields, a humming, clanging hive of preparation. And on every piece and every part, a symbol, an unmistakable icon, stamped on these tools of destruction. A spindly, gray spider. But still your vision moves, your perception soars over the top of these workers, these smiths with their tools, these armorers. You rise and move over and past them, beyond, deeper, back into a narrow tunnel, back down a dim corridor. Away from the clamor of steel on steel, away from the noise, until all is quiet, until you hear a solitary voice, low and haunting. It won't be much longer now. This voice carrying, echoing down the tunnel. We had a significant setback. But the plan is coming to fruition. All of that time and patience has brought me to you. Your movement continues through the carved rock, the sound of this voice getting louder and clearer as you approach. And then you're in the room with it, hovering low and careful. You see the bottom of a robe, dark and black, the top swirling into gray like smoke rising from the ashes. A hooded silhouette. You look up from behind it, past it, to the second figure in the room. Kneeling, bald head bowed, pointed ears listening.
You are home now, Diptheed. And you have been so helpful. Your loyalty will be rewarded. Soon, you will be able to pledge fealty not just to your people or your queen, but unto your god. Diptheed stands and looks up, but her gaze moves past the Ashen Mage into the space beyond. Her eyes steady, piercing. It feels like she's staring directly at you. As the Ashen Mage continues to speak, she's looking at you. All of Fardinald's work to control the rift proved useful. When we obtain the final moat, and we will, the Drow will return, and we will complete my evolution. You are truly the greatest mage to ever walk. The one who will be Loth. The piercing silver eyes of Diptheed looking right at you as that last word hangs in the air, and just like that, your amulet vision fades. But it does not end. No, you are in a different place now. Dark again. But you are looking at something else entirely. You are inside, staring at a door. Large and imposing. It sits motionless for a moment, still and quiet. Then you hear it heave and shudder and creak open. This massive stone slab being pushed out of the way. You hear a sudden inrush of sound as wind whips beyond the entrance, howling, dirt and sand kicked inside the chamber from which you are perceiving this moment. But outside, chaos. And from that chaos, a figure. A man. Fighting against the violent wind, straining to keep the door open, to get inside. It takes all he has, but he does it. The door slams behind him, silencing the swirling gales. And it is quiet again. Dark. He mutters something under his breath, and a tiny orb of near daylight appears, hovering in the air, illuminating the chamber. You see him, sharp features, long nose, gray hair at the temples, blood trickling from his forehead. It is Conroy Tighe. He heaves out of breath, slumped, holding his side, and then you see him start to speak. Quiet at first, almost a grunt. Then he manages to gain more strength. His voice booms, reverberating in the chamber. Ereban! Ereban! She's coming! She's coming here! What are we going to do? Do you hear me? Ereban! Ereban! And that's where your vision ends.
And that's where your secret room ends. And that.
Oof.
Wow.
Poor Conroy.
Seriously.
Poor Diptheed. Oh man.
Yeah.
Sold us out.
Sold us out hard.
Well, we knew it though.
That
We
was our
knew
fault.
that.
Yeah. That was
I
the
mean,
risk.
you know.
Sometimes when you do good things, you pay for it.
She was already gone.
Yeah.
It was
At
literally,
that point, there was nothing to do.
I literally,
Yeah.
I literally go back to that. We had no other choice.
There was no other choice.
I mean, the other choice was to literally leave her there or kill her, and both of them would have felt very cruel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great work on these, Jeff. These are really beautiful
Yeah.
secrets for the watchers.
Yeah, for sure. Real bruh moment there,
Yeah,
Gord.
real
Yes.
bruh moment.
Bruh. I can't believe you did that, bruh. Well, that just leaves one more, which is Fahima and in the last with the
Which
Ashen
didn't
Mage.
take very long.
No,
It didn't. It's a
pretty
short one.
It's
It's a
pretty
short one.
Yep.
So that's episode 111.
All right.
240.
And again, yeah, I'm curious, like when you watch this, how you imagine you might have reacted in the same situation.
I mean,
This
so
is
many.
the Lord Araban. You have to
The
kill
secret
somebody.
room.
Needs to
Somebody's
die.
got,
needs to
somebody's
die.
got to
Yeah.
die. Yeah, 240. Yeah. Well, and we talked about this, where it was like it made all the sense in the world to send Fahima in there, but yeah, boy, yeesh.
Here we
I'm
go.
a fan of the Bee Gees, but I prefer ABBA.
Okay, why you gotta pick?
Well,
There's room for it all.
Miko Oblico and Michael, they understand.
Got it.
They understand.
All right. Welcome. Jessica, none of the other players can hear us. We are in a secret room. And there is only darkness inside the secret room. The air is thick, warm. You wait for a moment. Then you hear a voice. Well, actually, perhaps that's the wrong way to explain it. You feel a voice inside you, or the sensation of a voice. Or perhaps it is only a message, voiceless but distinct. Words that simply appear in your consciousness. Fahima Taig, Lord Araban knows where your father is. And he knows the secret Conroy has not told you. Lord Araban has kept that secret so that Conroy did not have to. The Keeper of Secrets carries that burden so others may not. But to speak with Lord Araban, one must pass a trial. The trial of trust. The trial can take many forms. It is never quite the same. For you, the trial will be simple. There is only one goal. One of the heroes of Bingle must die. That is the only goal, and the only way to pass the trial. But there are rules. You may not tell anyone else about this goal. When you leave this room, you and your friends will be transported into a battle. If the battle ends, and all of the heroes of Bingle are still alive, you fail the trial. If you reveal any of what we have spoken about here, you fail the trial. You will tell the heroes of Bingle that in order to meet Lord Araban, they must pass a trial, but you will tell them that it is the trial of might. You and you alone
will know the true nature of the trial. You and you alone will ensure that one member of your party dies. And to do this, you will do it in secret. Pass the trial of trust, and Lord Ereban will tell you everything that you want to know. Fail, and the secret will never be revealed. No one will ever know. Do you have any questions?
Is the trial real? Or is it a phantasmal, illusory battle?
The trial is real.
And what's your definition of dead?
Dead. Do you understand the rules?
Can I ask another question?
You may.
The Heroes of Bingle are the 5 of us,
That's correct.
not including companions?
That's correct.
And if I fail the trial, then no one will know the secret that Conroy has held with Lord Ereban.
That is correct.
Okay, I understand.
Then we may exit the secret room.
Yeah, so Jeff and I talked about this at length on the next cool down, but I want to hear your thoughts before I kind of tell you my thoughts.
Oh, that's mean. That's rough. That's my thoughts. That is rough. It's brilliantly done. It's rough. Wow. It's I mean, I think you did what any of us would have done, probably. Right?
I probably would have killed James.
No kidding.
No joke. Yeah,
Yeah.
probably would have been James.
Well, I'm glad you can say that to my face.
It would have been because he wouldn't have considered himself in that moment as I would have been. One of the 5 heroes, he would not necessarily have realized to consider himself in that moment. And so it would be, okay, what's the least? Sure. We need Fahima because she's the wish. I'm not going to kill Lily because it's Lily. I can't really kill Civ because he'll probably kill me first. So yeah, it would have to be James. And even then it would be like, no, James would probably kill me before that'll happen. But it would have still sufficed because Uggo would have died and that would have been the trial.
So I think I would like to share with you guys. Maybe I'll send you a link to my diary post about this moment because I kind of detail everything that my mind went through. But pretty much immediately when he says one of the heroes of Bingle must die, and I close my eyes, that's when I decided it was going to be me.
Yeah.
Right away.
Sure. Smartest decision, really.
The rest of it was just kind of like, can I kill myself? Like, what if I had a wish?
Right,
and like, can I even die? And all these sort of thoughts.
Did you ever think, no, I'm just not going to let anybody die. I don't want to die. I don't want anyone else to die. Because I feel like we've established that Lord Ereban is this powerful creature and that he's putting us through these trials, but I also feel like
you didn't even roll an insight check.
No, I'm kidding. That's a good point. Why are we trusting Lord Ereban in that moment? Like, what has he done to gain our trust?
Right.
So I'm just curious, did that ever cross your mind as far as just saying no.
That having us fail the trial, basically.
Yeah,
Well, I
we're not
mean-
even doing the trial.
Well, but he indicated that would be a fail.
Yeah.
Well, and she was the perfect one to go in there because, and Jeff hit this so well because I have Conroy's biggest secret.
Wait,
Yeah.
but did you consider that?
So I went through. I mean, I did run through all of my options, of course, but I think what he said. He said, "This secret will be lost forever if you walk away."
That's what he said.
And as a player, and as Fahima, what is this entire story culminated in? It's
Right.
me trying to figure out why I'm the Wish, and so if it's kind of like a what's the word, like a double-edged sword or a paradox, I don't know, where I felt like I had to kill myself to get the secret, but the secret is, the reveal of who I am, and so I was just hoping against all odds that you would still be able to use the information, and I didn't think that Lord Ereban would even allow Fahima to be part of the option if the secret would be useless, because Fahima didn't see him as evil. I didn't see him as evil. I saw him as a neutral party. So I think that would be, really messed up if you were like, optionally you can kill yourself, but it will render the secret useless. I guess it was a possibility, but
Did you and Jeff talk about that in the cooldown at all?
Yeah, we talked about
I mean,
all
it was a
options.
great metaphor. It fit very well, especially with the Meep and Phoenix concept.
Yeah,
that fit really well.
See, I didn't, honest to God, like the disintegration, turning her into ash. I did not think about like Phoenix, Ash's resurrection. I was just like, which spell is gonna kill me right away? Because if I just get knocked out, somebody's gonna heal me.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the jig is up.
Right,
Or you're
that's-
gonna hurt
yeah.
yourself trying to get to me. You're gonna hurt yourself getting to me.
Yeah.
Right.
You are gonna figure it out. You're gonna figure it out. So what's
disintegration was perfect
insta-kill
in
me?
a terrible way.
What's
Well,
gonna
and
get me dead?
I really think it probably would have. There were so many enemies that he had throwing
That fight
that we
was-
saw that we never really fought through.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That if we fought through that,
Lord
one of us would
Crows-
have died.
The Lord of Crows was
Yeah.
waiting in the rafters.
Right, and we had a problem with just
and
the Lord of Crows.
and Whitebeard and
Right.
Yanmo.
Yeah. And
or no, Vargan.
and dark versions of them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So when Civ tried so hard to stop that from happening, I as a player was like, no, because if you stop this, then I have no idea how I'm gonna not reveal the secret to you all, because she very clearly just tried to kill herself,
Right.
and you all are smart enough to be like,
why would you do
excuse
that?
me?
Yeah.
You don't just do that in the middle of a fight.
Yeah.
So what's going on here?
It was real rough.
So I'm glad that went through, because I don't know how I would have.
Well,
come
and
out.
we can, we don't want to watch it now, but like the moments, you were so obviously like deeply shaken by it.
Yeah, I was like, why are we even doing
Yeah,
this?
or do we?
Like,
Yeah, and
you know,
I think, I remember you saying that. I was like, should we even do this? Like, you seem pretty messed up by what was just said in there.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just go.
But I agree with Jess. It's like that's the whole what we've been working towards this whole time. So
Yes.
I don't think we would not trust Lord Ereban at that point. That would feel weirder to me,
right.
and like a worse choice to me to like
Right.
be like, never mind.
Well,
I wanted to play the
we
game.
will spoil this for the watchers. Jeff did tell us that it was going to be a slightly different challenge depending on who went into the room.
secret room. Yeah.
Didn't he say that in the cooldown?
I think
don't know, did he go
yeah,
flash
he might
forward?
have.
I mean,
yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, he might have
Who
said
knows?
it
Who
yesterday.
knows if everybody's watching right
yeah.
now saw the cooldown?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
wait.
was just honestly having a moment of my
No, I
Not
know.
everyone watches all of our stuff.
Watch all our
Nobody
content.
told me that.
Content.
That was supposed to be in my contract. Everyone watches all of our stuff always.
Ron, I can't enforce that.
In that
Well, you have to figure it out.
the moment right after where you were like, can you answer yes or no, or can I like ask questions and you can react?
Yeah.
I was trying so hard as a
Can you
player.
blink your eyes, yes or no?
Yeah, I was trying so hard as a player to walk the line between not giving anything away as to not ruin the trial, and also like not to like instigate Jeff, but then giving enough that you guys as like
We do something was
metagame
up.
players know that, yeah, something's going on, obviously.
Yeah, I know you did a great job with that.
The other tests that were lined up, we don't know because
Yeah. Won't tell us.
Jeff has decided that probably is the thing he wants to hold personally for himself, which I totally relate.
Yeah, I think. I mean, he said he didn't want it to feel like you would cheapen others.
Correct.
You know,
Yep.
and I that feels right.
Totally
I mean,
feels right
You
to
never
me.
know.
Yep.
The other
Like-
test was Uggo needs to eat his entire weight in cupcakes.
I was born for this! Turns out all of this pain was so I could eat my entire weight of cupcakes! Yes!
Uggo becomes the cupcake
Worth
order.
it.
He's no longer the War Chief of Thorn, he's the Cupcake King.
War Chief of Cupcakes!
Oh no. And just Lily just has to win American Idol. That's her job.
In real life.
Yeah.
In real life, she has to go
Jeff's
to
like, I
American
have
Idol.
Simon Cowell here.
You're gonna audition for
You're
him.
gonna audition.
Kind of pitchy
Yeah.
for me, Dumbledore.
You have to write a song right now.
Don't worry, we have an orchestra.
Oath of Cupcakes.
Oath of Cupcakes. I love it. Oh, guys, this has been so much fun.
It has.
It's been a long night. I didn't know. I didn't know we'd go.
sticking with us.
I mean, I'm amazed that it did, but and I guess I'm not shocked that we went this long. But also,
I mean, when you've got an Ollie,
and we got an Ollie, we got a Pebbles, we got good friends, we got great snacks, and we got a bunch of secret rooms. Oof. What a journey. What a journey. But as we always know, we are lovingly supported by our Patreon, and some of our highest level patrons get a super special prize when we read out their names at the end of the show. Because it's kind of run a little long, we're going to read out some names right now.
Their prize is we read out their names at the end of the show.
That's
they don't
correct.
Get a prize afterwards.
No.
No, we're giving
That's
each
a good.
of you
That's a very
It sounded
good
like-
clarification.
Each of
Yeah,
you get.
each of you are getting a jacket just like Katie's.
Every one of you is now guaranteed to kung fu fight. That's really what this is.
We love
but
to promise things we can't.
Yeah.
but yes. So
I like to promise things we can't actually give.
we actually need more suggestions. Remind me to post a suggestion
Oh, yeah,
on
we do
Patreon
need
that we
more
need because
suggestions.
we've kind of wrung
It's time.
those dry. But for right now, we're gonna start off with Team Force of Good. We're gonna start from Jessica. We're gonna do a round robin style. How about that?
Alright.
All right. So just give it a little something.
Bob Harris.
Sloppy Goats Bakery.
Just Jules, you're adorable.
Lesbian Wolf. Mwah!
Digital realm.
Hadrian X.
Wilbro. No, not you. Junior.
Bigger, a par.
Cjo 225.
Attica.
Desert Wanderer.
Hyperboy 66.
Fendril.
Angel Devilson.
IR Moo Cow.
Supposed to be reading names.
The Gold Family. Woo!
Seraphine.
Bring.
Kitty scratches.
Oh wait, it was my turn.
Sorry.
Bravo.
Oh.
He Armando 89'd him.
I did.
Hey.
Yeah.
We need to talk about your past decisions.
Seriously. Oh, an Ollie came.
And that's Team Force of Good!
Yay!
Pew, 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 pew.
Force of Evil.
Evil. Let's start with Katie and go the opposite way because it's evil.
I am a student of Grimm.
Doom, doom. Doom, doom.
Ha! Drama Piranha.
Gorbin Plade!
Shiny 8-bit boo! Ooh!
I'm a little forest elf 86.
Marcus gained a level.
Oh, nice.
Could you even
You
eat
should
that?
be a patron.
Wow, these are delicious.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm down to clown.
I'll J-Rock with you anytime.
Oh,
my
hell
friend.
yeah.
That's wild, man.
Indeed.
Okay, Lincoln break. Woo!
Yay! References needed.
References needed.
We all need them.
Always love you, buddy.
Love you.
Oh my goodness, we have so much exciting stuff coming. Look out for episode 2 of Fortune and Fate next week with, as we announced earlier, special guest Christina Ariel is going to be playing with us. We're so excited. But yeah, I can't wait to find out more of Gabe's story. And I think we're all going to go back and watch all of these episodes now. I think that was our one takeaway. It's like, oh my god, I need to go rewatch that
So
now.
much.
I'm so glad that I got to show you guys some of the Action Mage stuff.
Yeah,
man.
That was a long time coming.
Intense.
So fun to see.
The pig scene I'll be thinking about for quite some time.
And we're gonna have secret rooms in the next campaign, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'll take
big
myself
thing.
into the secret room if I have to.
as my at-home players will tell you, I love secret rooms.
Don't be a creep.
Okay. And
All right,
if
everybody.
you're a patron of ours, we will still be doing cast secrets. So
Yeah, we obviously have a lot still
Yes,
to say.
of course.
If you
There's a
can't
lot
tell.
of questions on our Patreon that we still
Yes.
need to answer that we didn't get to last cooldown, and Jeff will still be releasing stuff as well for the DM section.
Yes. But yeah, stay tuned for more info and.
This is gonna be on YouTube on Friday.
Yes, yeah,
Same
we'll
as
put it out,
always.
put out the VOD on YouTube on Friday.
Yeah, so if you like our channel, if you like what we're doing, please give us a share to your friends and family, to folks you think who would like our show, like Dungeons and Dragons. Share the new campaign when that comes out, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the alerts so that you get notified when we go live.
Also share it to people you don't think will be into it.
Right. Because who knows?
Because you never
They
know.
might be surprised.
You know, you might be surprised.
All right. We love you, everybody. We'll
Love
see
you
next
all.
time.
Humankind.
Bebo!
Bebo!